Blinds are at 6,000, 12,000, and 12,000 big blind ante. This is a restart from yesterday. We bagged and tagged. And players are well rested. Hopefully. Jared Strode, just talked to him. He drove back home to Edgeley, about an hour and a half away. Got home around 1 a.m. Said he slept okay, but his dogs have learned how to open up the door handle to his house to be let outside, let themselves outside. And when he got home, it was like 46 degrees inside of his house. So hopefully he had plenty of blankets and maybe even cuddled up to his puppies to stay alive last night. It's a gloomy day outside, but spring is right around the corner. Been holding 60 degrees in the Fargo area. And we have an all-in from John Christensen, Queen 9 offsuit. So our first all-in moment on our feature table. Miles will fold. This would be about half of Cindy's chip stack should she call, and she does not. So John Christensen stealing the big blind and the ante from Miles. And coming up in about an hour, we have the Sunday Fun Day Turbo event out here at Haggie's. It's a $100 buy-in for $15K, 20-minute blind levels, add-ons or rebuys up to that $300 mark. And my goodness, I forgot, top 10 places get paid out. Top prize today is $6,300. I'm sure if any one of these players won that amount, they would roll it into future poker buy-ins, because that's just the kind of degeneracy that we have going on here. So Jared and Mike remain on the feature table from yesterday. Everyone else is new to the stream in this event. Cannot remember. I don't think Max has ever made it on stream. Miles hasn't. I think we've had John Christensen on here before. Wade Kaiser for sure has been on the stream. This might be popping Cindy's cherry on the live stream broadcast. So congratulations to all those players, and hopefully get a little bit of run good and can have some fun poker hands with them involved. And they come out on the winning side. Sponsoring charities, West Fargo Rural Fire Department, and in 7 hours we will be calling the winner of the raffle. Tickets are still on sale for $20 a piece. You can head over to the Silver Dollar or come out here to Haggie's, why not? And pick up some tickets. Top prize for that drawing is $12,000. $1,000 for second place. A host of $500 winners. And then I believe 9 guns will be awarded. You could either take the store credit for the gun, go purchase that gun going through the proper background checks, of course, or you can take the associated value of that gun in a gift card to Shields. Cindy will raise to $50,000 with Jack King suited. Wade Kaiser pocket sixes. We'll see if he decides to make the call. Wade Kaiser is in the big blind. Already put in $24K into the pot. Wade Kaiser is one of those players that is very good at analyzing and calculating hands and doesn't really play on emotion too much. Very methodical and analytical player. And he will fold, so Cindy Schroeder will scoop up some blinds and antes. There we go. There's the Blues Brothers. A little peek inside Haggie's Bar and Grill. Got a nice little casino here with a bunch of E-tabs, blackjack table. Was ripping last night. Hard card machine. And the love the decor in Haggie's. Definitely one of a kind. Got flags hanging off the ceiling. I think 5 fish tanks in the building. And Cindy, while we have her on stream, she is a retired lady from Sabin, Minnesota, and is a seasoned veteran when it comes to poker dealing. But most people will know her as mom. She's a mom to probably the most people I know. And when she's not dealing poker, Cindy's gardening. Oh my, she's also a scuba diver instructor and dive master. That's pretty special. She's written and published 3 books, has 6 kids, and is a nurse by trade. Wow. So we got a flop here. Deuce, ace, jack. Jared will pair his jacks. Wade, though, first to act. And Jared's going to go ahead and bet 12,000 after a check from Wade. Wade will go ahead and fold. Yeah, there they are, getting much better. A little tight shot on the Blues Brothers. Remember the first time I came to Haggie's Bar and Grill was probably on a party bus, and I thought this was one of the coolest bars I've ever seen. So tons of floor space. It's basically a massive pole barn, if you will, but got a upstairs level where we are in the control. They have a downstairs little garden level with a bunch of arcade games for the kids, and then the main bar is basically, this is a perfect place for a large poker tournament, just with all the room for tables and good fast kitchen. We got John Christensen all in for 160,000. Looking down at Queen 10 offsuit. And I think it's up to Mike or Cindy if they want to call. I think Mike maybe wouldn't have minded calling there, but there in the middle of your screen, Miles Barnum. He's an actor and musician, and he is a very seasoned poker player. 30 World Series of Poker cashes, over 500K earnings on Hendon Mob. Also has a YouTube channel if you want to check that out. May have seen Miles on some WPT broadcasts, so pretty well accomplished poker career. Miles came out here for, I think he was just visiting his dad, saw that there's a poker tournament going on, decided why not Let's go play. So Miles will raise to 33,000. So we got an all-in from John Christensen, and Miles will go ahead and make the call. So John has king 10 of diamonds, ace king for Miles. Our software just crashed, so we're going to have to go raw dog style on this. Flop comes deuce, deuce 8 or 9. No reactions thus far. I'm pretty sure Miles might be 4. Oh, John, I think John hit a 10 on the turn. So he's going to double up through Miles at this point. Yeah, so the deuce, deuce 8, king 10. And he had ace king.
Skill game.
9. All right, had a almost a oh crap moment here. Poker graphics just figured it out though. That's good. It's a relief. It's a nightmare if it deletes all the settings. Max Bechtel picking up pocket kings will raise to 30,000. 28 actually. He'll get some change back. Jared Strode will make the call. Some suited connectors. John Christensen again now. 326,000 in his chip stack. Doesn't need to go all in anymore after just doubling up through Miles. Five deuce ace, 2 diamonds on the flop. Max still in the lead though. Ace giving him pause. He'll check his option. 8 on the turn. John will bet 25,000. Wow, and Max is going to fold pocket kings. And John will win the hand. Max just too many. If he has an ace, he's cooked. Diamond draw on the turn on the river, he's cooked. He's got absolutely. Do not mind that fold from Max. Kind of like some self-preservation. No need to risk a tournament life on Pocket Kings. Too many tournaments have been lost by aces, kings, or queens.
Miles is in the hand. What was it? What
It
happened?
was a cash game. I lost it all in. I was down to $8.
Hopefully, I at least gave you like $20 to boost your stack.
No, I was all in, obviously. I had like 5 calls. You bet everybody off on the river to let me win the pot.
That sounds about right.
And I ran that $800 up to $1,000.
Let's go, dude. That's amazing.
I still remember that to this day.
That's good. Good aim.
John will call for 6,000. Miles with the option. Looks like he'll raise it up to 30, 40,000. Miles is a poker player who is trying to breathe life back into the game. I think he went home to the Lakes area last night for some sleep. Back out here this afternoon, trying to chase down a DPT Championship. Jack 8 King on the flop. John will pair his kings. Check to disguise the strength of his hand. Miles not afraid to bet here. Looks like 56,000.
From $8 to 1,000.
No, that is not a whole cam there on the screen. That's actually a 5K chip for Miles in front of him, right on the rail.
Standing up on its side under the rail.
There it is. We found it. Chip located. If it is from last night, Miles just got a gift, but I'm pretty sure it's not. So John's got to think he's good here. It is an odd sizing. It's massive. Players will either do that if generally a bluff at this point. We'll see if John lets it go, though. Oh, he's just going to shove all in. Unbelievable. So a huge bluff by Miles, and it gets caught. So tries to steal one there, and John will show the kings. Whispering sweet nothings in John's ear. Miles not afraid to get aggressive, try to steal some pots, but might work when you've got 85 people in the field. But at this point in the tournament, each one of these players that's made it to day 2 definitely have the ability to sniff out when someone might be bluffing.
Jared, did you think he had king queen there? I thought there was no chance he had king queen there. Felt like maybe a jack, maybe open ender. Savage. I would have been better off getting a speeding ticket on the way here. I think I still get that other hand over there. Oh.
Sometimes I pick a hand and go with it. Like diamond.
Jared Strode, ace 10, raised to 28,000. Mike folds. Cindy folds over to John.
Yeah. Oh.
Max will fold as well, and Jared Strode will scoop up another pot. A little update on your chip count. Nothing too crazy has happened so far other than John Christensen starting with 148,000, now up to 520,000, thanks to that huge double up through Miles and an additional 50K in chips a couple hands ago. Stats so far, voluntarily putting chips in the pot. We probably don't have a large enough sample size, but if you want to know who's the most aggressive thus far, it's your boy John.
Sorry to bother you, but did you win that hand? Yes. Pre-flop?
You know, really don't mind this whole restart in the next day in the afternoon. Well, Friday and Saturday nights out at Haggie's it's very common to see party buses coming through here. And when we're streaming, we can't have music on, otherwise we get copyright infringement. Thanks, YouTube. So music has to be off, and there's nothing worse than being on a party bus and you have to walk into a bar that doesn't play music because there's a poker tournament going on. So on top of that, if you're partying, you're not quiet, you're loud, takes away a little bit from adds some distractions to control booth and the players themselves. So very welcome to be here restarting day 2 in the afternoon, and then we're not done at 2 in the morning and then have to tear down. Cindy Schroeder raises to 55,000.
Cindy, you just don't want to play a hand with me, huh?
Did I do that last time? Oh, no.
No, that was way nice.
Oh, that was weird, yeah.
Jared Strode with some suited connectors.
Oh, way too dangerous. Too good.
And I really want to play too. I'm gonna fold this to you, Cindy. I would normally play that again.
And he'll just fold.
6-5 of hearts.
So Cindy stealing the blinds and antes from rest of the players. It's again out at Haggie's Bar and Grill in Mapleton, North Dakota. One of 5 fish tanks in the bar. Really brings a Amazonian vibe, if you will.
I looked down at his ace one time.
You work, you work fire and rescue?
I'm an EMT.
Nice. I have this amazing appreciation for EMT and
Top 10 places get paid out. Currently still at 21 players. No one's been knocked out of the tournament thus far.
2 heart attacks within 48 hours of each other. He was resuscitated by an EMT.
Max will raise to 27,000.
ER nurse picked him up, straddled him, intercepted, yeah.
Max will win. Max's favorite poker player, Doyle Brunson. So his poker achievements include just some small tournament wins. And fun fact about Max, you'd probably never guess, but he just got a haircut. I would argue he got all of his hairs cut.
We're trying to get, wait, you do funny shit on camera?
Yeah. Like, I'm gonna pay the guy.
They actually play.
And John will be first to act.
Miles, whoa. Sit back there and give me a smile. Thanks. All right, now you can get up. Thank you. Dealers, please hold up. After this hand, hold up, dealers.
Dana's called a hold up after this hand to all dealers. I wonder if that means we've eliminated 3 people and we're going to be going down to 2 tables. Yep, we're at 18 players. Just like that. So we're going to go down to 2 tables, and right after this hand, we're probably going to go on a short break to get all of the chip counts again. Potential reshuffle in our future, so.
I'll come down and grab. Oh, you're just rebalancing right now. Okay.
Moving players. I didn't even hear anybody bust. Have I just not been listening?
I heard one. Tony.
I'm going to head down and get some player names and chip counts. We're just adding 2 players to our table, but another table's being broken into the second table. So maybe we just take a quick 3, 4, 5 minute break until that is done, and we'll see you all very soon. right, short little reshuffle. Break a table down, and we got Brian Tweet sitting there in seat 2. Brian Tweet from Moorhead will come into the table with 440,000, and Michael Dehan, the H is silent, from Brainerd, 929,000 in chips. So your chip leader for the tournament, I believe, is on our feature table.
Very antagonistic to. I like that question. Yeah. I know. I mean, there's not a lot. I have a lot of respect for what.
Fold around. Skylar Sands still out there. I think Tony Euler just busted. I believe Chase Lardy might still be out there. Mike Schultz looking down at Jack King offsuit. And he's gonna raise it up to 35,000.
Well, he's a walleye fisherman, so he's into like sport fishing for right, Mike. Walleye fisherman is sport versus pipe. That's the real fishing.
Bass fishing is a sport. The other two are just fishing.
Action's on Brian Tweet,
Yeah, bass.
and
You
he
really
will make
have
the
to
call
work
with
hard to
Queen
hook
10
them.
suited.
Just throw the lure down there and just like they just grab it. Walleye like are complicated fish.
In your flop comes 735, absolute air.
None of them are complicated. None of them.
They could literally be sitting down with the bait right in front of them and they don't eat.
It's literally everything. I do that. I do that perch fish.
7 on the turn.
Vexillar watching.
But the perch is in the walleye.
Ryan's reaching for chips.
Are you still in the zone from yesterday? Bass and Northern, they'll sniff anything. It doesn't matter.
That's massive.
Yeah. You could literally have one skill set and catch everything. You could roll a bottom out.
Brian Tweet bets a lot. Mike Schultz folds.
On most bodies of water, I fish in North Dakota, so it's not always the same as Minnesota. But
I was just saying, Minnesota's rough, man. I've been fishing my
slip
whole
by
life.
and a jig.
I don't know.
You can catch any walleye, right? You have to learn a few different techniques.
But sometimes you have the wrong bait, though, and they're not even interested in
Well,
that
then
bait.
that's the same for anything. I mean, except for maybe Sunday. We throw corn at it.
I think the bass is the excitement of catching bass is where it's at. It has a lot more of that.
So did I hurt your feelings?
Where do you
watching them bass.
Oh, a top water line or something like that.
I live 2 miles north.
I mean, not in the more in retro.
River Lake.
Oh,
Because I was trying to figure out. I thought maybe you knew
like a
money
6
when
and
I
a
was
half pounder, and I pulled
Oh, yeah?
like just a pig. It was
There's some big ones in there.
It was
Tiny
good.
little lake, but it's
It was this time. It was this time of the year. It was the big fat tuna. Damn near like fish for 2 hours, not had a single bite.
Dad was cool. He
Pulling a
like
jig up the
the fact
neck.
that I was from
Damn near
North.
pulled it.
Until I showed up.
Did he like your fish?
Yeah, it's a fun little thing. There's been some nice walleye that have come out of it in the last couple of years.
I like that.
31 inch or all.
If people are fun, and they like having fun, and
I've only ever
I'm
caught
all about
2 miles north of there. It's
That's a
a one
tiny ass lake for that big of a walleye.
Yeah.
Like I fished in diamonds down by Edge Lake. We got to fish on a big one. I made the other. What was that? 29 inches? 30? Put it.
What do I owe? It used to be a trout lake, but now they have rainbow trout, so there is some big rainbows in there. And then they killed that off and stocked.
I actually
game
go
fish. I ice fished it all. That's the only time I've been there. That was
well, they got the state record.
oh, that's right.
40 pounds. Like, oh yeah, no problem. Oh, chop.
still alive. The non-greed.
Get to, 10.
Oh, you're looking at it.
I some shell shock.
I folded 10. I have 10, 6 cards.
I have to take the
But I
10.
don't want to say that.
No, I was
Just
playing a
asking for a
tournament like a few
top
weeks ago. I think it went like all in like an ace queen suited like under the gun, like 18
Nice hand, Mike.
bigs. It was a turbo. And like quick blind fold. And then, you show your hands and it's like, I folded an ace, I had ace eight, ace
So
eight.
Brian will survive, or actually Mike will survive
Yeah, absolutely.
I
Thanks for
by not going
It
out
was one of those like, I
and
don't.
giving all of his chips to Brian.
Oh, I folded an ace then.
He went all in. I saw.
Ace 10 of diamonds.
And then he was like, I would have won the hand. There's like an ace eight.
I had a feeling the way the action was going to be ahead.
But don't start repeating that you had an ace that I have two.
Oh.
I've got
You
two
usually
outs
have
now
them
or whatever. I don't want to know.
4, call, 12.
Yeah, it's.
Oh,
I don't know.
no, he didn't.
I don't know if the front had it, but I don't want to be there. Like,
All right, Max Beckdahl will
someone's got pocket six.
pocket eights.
Like, don't. It doesn't.
Wade Kaiser folds. Michael folds.
I was playing cash. And I made the mistake. I pocket threes, but someone exposed it for me on accident, and so I folded.
I don't know if Max just has an unusually tall head or what, but he is right in that vision. Cindy Schroeder will go all in.
You still would have.
King Jack suited.
You still would have called, and you still would have been like. And how disguised is that? No, I get that too. It would have been very easy.
Ask for a chip count there.
Oh, that happened yesterday. I was at cash. I got dealt ace and it flipped up by accident, but it was something. Instead of like ace four, I had like 9 aces. I just pulled. Well, there were 2 aces by the person on the board, and so the guy on my right had the ace, and the other guy.
Not sure what to do here with this pocket eights.
Yeah, one got exposed by accident. It was at cash, but yeah, I mean, I think.
Putting himself in a tough position. I mean, is he going up against ace good kicker, or is he going up against a high pocket pair?
3 minutes to see it.
Trying to talk a little bit to Cindy, and he is going to fold his pocket eights. So Cindy, did she show? She did show. So he knows that's about a coin flip. But sometimes you don't want to risk it all for a coin flip.
God, if you would just call that one, you just
No, I don't.
8 3 king.
Yeah, you see that even yesterday. Like,
Wade Kaiser will be first to act on this hand.
Just saying. Well, it's just a dumb hand to start the
sometimes you get. Sometimes I just pick a hand and go.
John's
Pick a hand and go. Chapter 5, I don't know.
He will fold over to Michael. Jared Strode looking down at King Queen suited.
Did you have 2 live cards?
I had a pair.
He's gonna raise it up to 28,000, and Mike Schultz is just gonna shove all in. Max Beckdahl shoves all in. Mike Schultz, pocket queens, Jared Strode, king queen, Max Beckdahl now, ace king.
Was that your best friend the next day? For months?
3 straight all in. You say.
So we will have an all-in and a call on this hand. It'll be Mike Schultz versus Max Beckdahl. Pre-flop comes 3 ace 10. Mac Bechtel takes a massive lead. Four on the turn. Mike Schultz sees the writing on the wall. And another 4 on the river. And Mike Schultz will be eliminated from this tournament. Max Bechtel will eliminate a player. I think we're down to 17 at this point. See Chase Lardy still out there. So very nice play for Max. Love to see it. Didn't get it in with the pocket pair against Cindy. And then gets it in with ace king against a pocket pair against Mike. And that very well could have just happened to Max on the previous hand with Cindy. Is Cindy ends up spiking a card. She had like king queen or something. Michael first to act will fold. Actions on Brian Tweet. So he folds around to Miles. Miles on the button, looking down at ace 4 offsuit. Got 322,000 in his chip stack, 12,000 to call. Blinds are still at 6, 12, 12. And Miles is gonna raise it up to 25,000. No, that's like 30. 31,000. Maxwell 3-bet to 91K. And a fold from Miles and Sam Bechtel, now over $500,000 in chips, 538 to be exact. Max is all smiles right now. Maybe DPT Spring Championship is in his future. Blinds are up at next hand. I believe Randy just started shuffling, so we will still be at 6, 12, 12. Next hand will be 8, 16, 16.
Small blind is 8,000, and the big blind is 16,000. And the ante is 16,000.
You had the opportunity, you were in position. I don't know if it's the right fold. Under the, no, the under the gun.
And Jared Strode will be first to act.
I didn't want to. I was good faith in that.
He'll fold. Man, Max's head just is in every single shot for 1 and 4. John folds over to Miles, looking down at some suited connectors.
No. 50, 100. You got about 400.
No, 1, 2, 3, 330.
Miles asking to see some chips out there. By law, you have to have your big chips visible to all players. Cannot hide your hand for any reason.
Just hand me the one hand. The one hand I won. I raised. I think Steve was the big blind. Oh, you're right.
Action now on Wade Kaiser.
Yeah, I bled out like 3 orbits and then I won a hand or whatever.
24K to call, a little too much for him. Michael Dean. Dehan. Yeah, the H is silent. Pocket tens.
Roughly, I don't
So Miles again raising a pot and might be running into another better hand than him if he gets outraised here. He cannot call with 4-3 to diamonds. I mean, he can. So he will make the call.
All big. Jared, your next biggie.
Flop comes at 9-3-4. Miles Barnum with 2 pair. All Michael Dean has all is the overcards to it. He's gonna raise it or bet 40,000.
So we'll go hand for hand at 10 when I get there.
Holy cow! This is why you play hands like this. You know, sometimes it works out. It's I think the saying is you live and die by the sword. Miles, professional musician and actor, he's putting on a clinic on acting right now. Does he just smooth call? Or, yeah, he's just going to smooth call. Try to show some weakness by double checking his hand. Another 3 on the turn. You just saw his face scrunch. We'll see if Michael decides to slow down here. He went all in. He goes all in. Oh my gosh. Michael has no idea. He's like, that betting line made absolutely no sense. And that is what Miles will do to you. And a 10 on the river. And a 10 on the river. Michael Dean eliminates Miles Barnum in an absolutely disgusting way. Oh my gosh. Wow. Rivered. Michael Dean gets it in when Miles has a very disguised full house. Oh my goodness. Michael's in disbelief. Miles just also like, what just happened? And just like that, another player has been eliminated. He's gonna go talk with his father now. that's a hand to tell a story on for a while to come. That's gonna sting. Wow. Oh, it looks like Jared Strode is off. He is no longer here. He got moved to another table. So he will not be in the small blind, I think. Or he is not the big blind.
I think so. It's 40-minute level.
We only missed one hand.
I think it was 12 this end, or was it?
It should have been 16 because we played the one I was suffering.
I put it.
That was the big one.
Oh, you did.
Well,
Well, we're just gonna need another 16, and then this race is gonna stand. What's gonna happen?
I mean, it doesn't. I put in the same amount I was going to anyway.
No, I think you were good.
I might have.
I was good wherever you were at.
And then I raised this.
Okay. Sounds good. Alright, new hand.
Well, when I was the big line, we squeezed in.
Folded, one wing.
I don't know if I have to explain it.
No fly.
So I was like, well, if he's got ace king, face card, I want to see a flop. If it becomes ace king queen, like I'm not. There's no point probably. I'm not just chasing the other.
Players moved, and we had to scramble a little bit there. No harm, no foul. Luckily, that wasn't a super intense hand.
In hindsight, I probably should have 3-bet out of position. And you probably just fold.
Chase Lardy's still out there. John Christensen will call 16,000.
I was in bad shape.
Max Beckdahl with ace jack now. Probably be looking at a raise, I would imagine. Raise it up to 40,000. Fold around to Brian Tweet, looking down at ace king suited. Brian will call, John will call. So a huge pot brewing right now. Brian checks dark. John checks as well. Max will bet 60,000. Flop a 3-8-3. He'll fold, and Max will take home a nice sized pot. Max will be first to act. He'll fold. Wade will fold. Michael Dean looking down at ace-9 will fold as well. Actions on Brian Tweet in the small blind. And he will fold as well, so John Christensen gets what some might call a walk. And we're out here at Aggie's Bar and Grill in Mapleton, North Dakota for the DPT Spring Championship. Top place today will net themselves $6,300 minus taxes. And Wade will be first to act. Brian folds. John will call out of the small blind. Max looking down at King Queen. Max will raise to 45,000 and John will fold. So, wow, Max didn't realize it until now. 658,000 in chips. Max is accumulating and doing it fast.
Well, diamond, well, what? You got it, just not some story yet. I'll move the watch now, we're laughing, but
Little table chatter between Max and John. And we're on to our next hand. Mr. Dean will be up first. He'll fold along with Cindy and Brian. John is going to raise it up. To 40,000. Actions on Wade. And he will fold as well. So John Christensen will scoop in a pot. Wade is going to need to start making some moves. He's got some chips, enough chips to be a little dangerous, but he's going to need to start making some moves sooner than later. Or he might be bowing out of this tournament and having 0 chips in front of him. Also, starting about now, we have the $100 Sunday Fun Day Turbo event. $100 gets you 15K in chips, 20-minute blind levels. I think there's probably late registration for a number of hours, but if you want to play some poker today, now is the time. Get down here to Haggie's Bar and Grill in Mapleton.
No, I don't look.
Wade 8,000 to call. We'll make the call, and Michael will check. Flop comes Queen 4-7. We'll see check, check. And a jack on the river. Whoop.
I don't even know what I have. I have a 10. Oh, wow.
Let's try that one for a change. We see check, checks.
I don't know if I do it for fun or boredom, but sometimes if it's blind versus blind, I was like.
And Michael will take home that pot.
you can't get it in any.
I couldn't got any further away from them.
Well, thank you for your donation. Appreciate that.
I mean, I thought we were supposed to raise the line online.
I know I should have raised it.
Cindy scoops in a nice little pot there. 20 minutes left on this blind level. It's getting more and more expensive to play. Yesterday it seemed to move really slow, but that's because it was a 2-day structure. But now blinds feel like they are ramping up more than ever. 40-minute blind levels. Max folds. Wade looking down at ace-jack offsuit. Looking at a raise here. Not quite all in or nothing territory. Certainly can't afford to get into a raised pot here. 41,000. Actions on Brian, looking down at pocket tens. And he's going to go all in.
Worried about that, Brian. I almost sold this too and not even play it. I don't have that button right there.
And Wade will fold his ace-jack, not willing to risk it all
Ace-jack off.
on
He's showing me pocket aces.
the pair of tens, the pocket tens. So Brian Tweet will be scooping in those chips there.
And that's if I don't have the button right here. I mean, after you bet, yes.
Oh,
I'm saying, do I fold rather than raise?
with 60. No way.
No,
No way
you
in the world.
raise it.
Right.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Wade discussing a little bit of his hand there. Do I fold? Do I raise? And
Oh, no. Yeah, I never called the all in. Yeah, right.
Brian definitely can be, we'll say, opinionated, but in a good way.
You sat and thought about it afterwards and like, okay, it's not aces or kings.
Part of that,
Yeah.
I feel like, as it can be a little bit of an intimidation factor to other players if they don't know him very well. Which that's very, very well an angle you can easily have on people. People are intimidated by you. They might not be willing to give you the benefit of the doubt whether or not you have a made hand or not.
It's not, though. If you have ace-jack against
Cindy folds.
No, but there's like there's less people behind you that should have aces.
Brian ace-jack now.
if he has
Reaching for even more chips to raise with.
I'm playing an ace-king against ace-jack.
And a quick fold from John. Brian will show he had ace-jack.
I would like never fold ace 10 like a jam, but like the more you play it, okay, like
Not much John can do there with 10 deuce. And we'll head into hand number 30 of the
I don't think.
of the day.
Well, maybe you are. I don't know.
But
Nines would be the bottom of the range.
Yeah. But I know
there it is. A little bit more of a better sample size here. Brian Tweet most likely to voluntarily put his chips in the pot. Wade Kaiser, not so much. About 10% of the time, but I'd say still a very even distribution of aggression here on our feature table.
Yeah. Yeah,
I thought you said 10 yesterday.
99.9% of the time I'm drawing.
Maybe there is 10 and less, but not many people would let it go. You did that thing.
Oh,
That
I don't have very often, right?
oh, maybe that's what it was.
I don't think we are getting it.
See folds around to Cindy, looking down at pocket fives. Brian will fold. And John has pocket sixes. I think he'll make the call. Max 10-7 will be checking his option. Flop comes 5-4-3 Cindy with the set. Little smile there from her. John leads out. Cindy goes all in. Asking for a chip count. Randy will happily oblige because he has to. Cindy's all in for 277. John does have the over pair to the board. Your girl's getting it in good here. John in the think tank for quite some time. This would be half of his chip stack should he call. John asking Cindy what she has. That's sometimes a good strategy if it pays off and they tell you. John really in the think tank for quite some time here. Doing some accounting. I mean, it's your world. We're just living in it, John. Really, really thinking about it. Very frustrated with this line of betting. Cindy really giving him a lot to think about. Thought he was going for it. He is measuring out chips. That would be the call. And he does make the call. Oh my goodness. John disgusted. Cindy all smiles right now. Pocket sixes versus pocket fives. Cindy doesn't want to look. Ace on the turn. River is another ace. Cindy with a full boat, and she is going to double up through John Christensen. Huge hand here, pocket sixes versus pocket fives. Cindy hits trips on the flop and a boat on the river. And Cindy is looking mighty fine with her chips. Wow, John not feeling too good about that one, and rightfully so. "13 players remain." We'll go do a quick check on table 2. Chase Lardy still in the party. Skylar Sand still in the party. Jared Strode still in the party. Remember, points race for the season is heating up. It would not be, this isn't the season-ending championship as it has been in the past. But Justin Smith sitting on top of the leaderboard with 10,600 points. Chase Lardy, 8,400. Chase needs to take 3rd place or better in order to leap Justin Smith
Good enough.
I didn't doubt you had it. I had a
for the
cash game
points
at 9
race.
Call. Yeah.
I don't think anyone else is really in the points race at this point.
That hand. 5 straight turns.
Austin Christensen had a good showing, but unfortunately busted yesterday. Brad Pausch busted yesterday. 13 players remain in our DPT Spring Championship. Cindy will fold. Brian sitting on 10-9 offsuit will fold.
We are 6 and 7, guys. 13 players.
I mean, you got all.
You could argue both ways, I guess.
Michael Dean with the pocket queens. We'll see a check. Trip queens are actually a boat on the river. They'll check it down, and Michael will show a nice hand. And dang, when did Michael? Oh, because he knocked out Miles. Michael's over 1 million in chips. I am just seeing that now. That's incredible. Most likely the chip leader at the tournament.
Even in hindsight, you're not calling. Even if I raise pre,
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, you're not getting a nickel more out of it.
Probably just checked it down on the river because he bets Wade's going to fold. I mean, it doesn't really matter. So if anything, it may be worth it just to check it down to see what Wade might have had. But sometimes on that river, it doesn't matter how big of a hand you have. It's the line of betting throughout the hand that,
tens or queens all.
you know, it's great to have a boat. Great to, you know, double up or knock someone out with that. But ultimately, it's just comes down to it being a winning hand. Scoop in some chips and let your chip lead grow even more.
40? 3 raised to 40,000.
John will raise to 40,000. There's your chip count, Max Bechtel, 600,000. Now it's getting time for Wade and John to be shoving all in or nothing with just 12 bigs. Costs $40K to finance and orbit around the table. We're sitting at 6 and 7 players on both tables.
I get too aggressive, like pocket nine, and then you run
Handful of eliminations before we get down to our final table, which we will take a small break once we get the shuffle of the players.
still hold on those hands like if an ace is that's any bad, I probably have to
85.
I know late position.
Cindy will call 8,000. Brian will check his option.
They're gonna have
Flop comes 6-5 Jack. Seven on the turn gives Cindy the check mark. 7 on the river, and they'll check it down, and Cindy will be scooping in a pot worth 48K. Don't forget, later today at 7 p.m., West Fargo Rural Fire Department will be calling the winner of their raffle. Tickets are still on sale. You can come out here to Haggie's to purchase some. They're $20 a piece. Top prize, $12,000 Vegas package, paid in cash. Got a $1,000 second place winner, 8 $500 cash winners, 10 $200 cash winners, and 9 guns total, or the value in a gift card for the value of the gun. Only 1,500 tickets sold, so your chance of winning something is much better than, say, we were selling 2,000 tickets, and that's just simple math there.
We still got 7 over there.
And we're off on another hand. The Sunday Funday Turbo starting to heat up out here.
I just heard Tom across the room say, Michael, this is a 1 out around the river.
There is at least one other rather large chip stack on the other table. I'm not sure who it is. Eric Kimball still in the field. Chase Lardy is a short stack. Looks like Eric Kimball has halfway decent chip stack. He's got at least a cranberry. Jared Strode hanging on to his large chip stack. Two minutes left on this blind level. Max Bechtel will hit the flush on the river.
One bet 16,000.
Cindy, though, will bet 16,000. Max with just the 4 high flush. If she consider, he'd probably just call this. I don't see him raising I think he does just make the call. Minimal damage done for Cindy, and a very safe call for Max. Max may be thinking Cindy was trying to get him to induce a raise or a bluff. If she had anything higher than a 4 of spades, she would have been taking that one home.
She might have hit like a straight.
Give a shout out to Texas Sub out there on YouTube.
This level will
Also
be
Dennis Sieb. Dennis Sieb is the grand prize winner for finding the typo that we made on purpose. Dennis, you've won yourself a high five, and you also could win yourself the Sunday Funday Turbo if you were here playing for a $100 buy-in. How about that?
After that last one,
Yeah, no, because now if I look, it'll be like 4-9 off.
Blinds will be up after this hand. Brian Tweet looking down at ace queen
The
offsuit.
blinds have changed. The small blind is 10,000, and the big blind is 20,000.
Blinds will raise to 10, 20, 20 after this hand. It's getting very expensive to play. Raise to 60,000 was once massive. That is now a somewhat standard raise. John Christensen looking down at ace 10 offsuit. I know, yeah, good fold. I know I would get caught up in this ace 10 or higher, thinking it's a good hand, and, you know, let's see what happens, but get someone raising out there with ace, king, queen, jack, and all of a sudden you're really hoping for a prayer if you want to win that hand. Wade Kaiser looking down at pocket sixes. Fun fact about Wade Kaiser is he is not, in fact, as old as he looks. So whatever you might guess he is in age, just know that you're probably wrong and you're over guessing his age. Don't let the gray beard fool you. Wade will fold. Michael Dean, pocket kings now. He's gonna ask how many chips are in Brian's chip stack. I heard a player out. I'm not sure if that was from the, it looks to be from the Sunday Funday. No, that is the tournament. So another player down. I think we'll be down to 12 players left. Michael will 3-bet to 120,000. Brian now in the hot seat. Wade probably pretty happy he got out of there with his pocket sixes. Otherwise he'd have quite the decision to be making right now. And his hand would currently be crushed. And Brian will fold. I think that's a great fold by Brian. Don't get too hung up on on a good pre-flop hand. There they are, a little look at the fishies. If anyone can identify any one of those fish exactly, I want the genus and species, even like the family. I don't remember all the the phylum of the animal kingdom, but if you give me a genus and species of one of those fish in the tank, I'll give you this apple I have sitting in front of me. Once again, blinds are up to 10, 20, 20. Cost 50,000 in chips to finance orbit around the table.
You didn't fold ace king, did you?
We do have an all-in from Joe Christensen with ace 7.
There's no point laying up on my hand. You'll see. I
Fold around, and John will scoop in the blinds and antes as he's just about in the big blind next hand. So probably much needed as a shorter stack at the table. And we're an hour away from the T-Wolves tip-off. But who cares about that when you have hockey going on, right? St. Louis Blues are up 2-1 in the second against Winnipeg Jets. John will go all in again. Michael, I'm sure, would love to have a better hand than that to be able to call off an all-in from a short stack at the table. But Cindy, on the other hand, this will be for about half her chip stack. Asking for a chip count.
No, I was trying to see how many takes it was. That's really close.
I got no, I'm gonna close. It's fine.
I think Cindy just folds. Maybe a little too rich for her blood. Afraid to run into pocket pair there. Fold, fold. Everyone folded. So John catching some good hands here. He's doing his job of going all in.
How we doing? Just creeping on everybody. Striving.
Any low chip stacks up here, Jared? Yeah, I'll find out later. All my monies. Yeah, I will too. Don't bet all your money.
I think we're just 3 eliminations away from seeing a final table, which will be pretty exciting, if you ask me. Brian will call for 10K, and John in the big blind will check with Queen Jack suited. Brian will hit middle pair with that and check. We see check, check, and another 10 on the turn, disguising his his trips. But John will hit a straight on the river. That's not so good. Brian will bet 30,000. This could be trouble for Brian. John is gonna massive raise to 80,000, and Brian will make the quick call, and he'll show the jack, little disgusted, turns trips, and John will river the straight. It is 4 to the Royal. It's almost there with the red 10, but it's the wrong red 10. It's probably the closest we've ever seen on this stream in all my time doing this, closest to a Royal flush. That would be pretty cool.
Got any low stacks over there, Nick? Got any low stacks over there?
Cindy will call for 20,000 in the cutoff. John in the small blind looking down at King Queen. John has a good enough chip stack now where he's not in an all-in or nothing situation. He has the chips to be raising should he choose to, or to call, but it looks like he's going to be raising. So John raises to 50,000. Max calls for 30K more. Cindy also calls. Max 2 live cards. Cindy just 1. And a jack on the flop. Cindy in the lead with top pair. Only 1 club out there for Max. John will check. Max will bet 45,000. Cindy will make the call. John will fold. Max will need runner to make anything here. 5 on the turn gives Cindy the check mark. Max will slow his roll and check. King on the river. Check, and Cindy a little scared of that paired board perhaps, but no harm, no foul. Cindy now up to almost 750,000 in chips. Michael sitting there with 1.259 million chips. Wade Kaiser in desperate need of a double up. Brian Tweet almost on the chopping block as well with just 327,000 in chips.
I know. He's texting.
Try to do a quick check-in on table 2. Chase Lardy, shorter stack.
The one time I played conservative.
Skylar Sand just scoops in a pot. Don't forget, we got the Sunday Fun Day Turbo event going on right now as well. $100 buy-in. With add-ons or rebuys available. Max with 7-3 offsuit is going to raise to 115,000. Holy cow. 120,000. Wade will fold. Brian just kind of getting bullied around the table right now. He will fold as well, and Max Bechtel will scoop up a pot here. Nice raise there with 7-3 offsuit. Love the play, bud.
Have that energy in my hand. Yeah. Is ace a high or low? Yeah, is that a suit? I got the queen through the three.
I want to thank all 58 of you guys watching on the live stream. If you haven't done so already, go ahead and subscribe to the Dakota Poker Tour. I think we've had a nice little jump from yesterday. I think we were at like 330 or so, and now we're up to 357. Just to let you know, not to guilt you into anything, but once we hit 1,000, we can monetize the streams, and we can all finally get paid for this.
Oh no, yeah. If you limp or
Been doing it for free for 4 or 5 years now.
all the way to small blind, it's kind of.
So help a brother out, get us up to 1,000 subs, and your boy gets paid. Yeah.
Somehow it's still moving.
If you ever heard of a Chinese bot farm, that's what we need right now.
Yeah. What was it? 8-6 I heard?
Or 5 suited, maybe I just shove it.
Because you're shoving 5 or 6.
If you get called, I mean,
12 players remain, 3 eliminations away from final table status. Very exciting stuff here at the DPT Spring Championship out at Haggie's Bar and Grill in Mapleton, North Dakota.
something happened there, some type of raising, and then
Poker's a game of ebbs and flows and peaks and valleys. And right now we're in a valley in terms of action. But kind of the beauty of poker is you can't get lulled. You cannot fall into that trap, especially in live poker. We don't have the luxury of post-production, cutting it up, commentating over the top of that. We're doing it live. So every card dead orbit we experience, you experience right along with us. Also gives you a deeper dive and look into
If I limp, you probably raise.
just how these tournaments are, how the players handle the ebbs and flows of live poker, what they go through on a day-to-day basis, a weekend basis. Many of these players here every weekend for their shot at becoming a DPT champion.
What they always say, you can always spin it up. Chase has gone from like 20K to $1 million back to 20K at 1 million.
That's so cheese.
Actions on Max. He's gonna, I think, raise it up 55,000. It's not that none of these players are getting good hands, it's that we're not getting two good hands. Let's see a flop, at least. Started today with 21 players who have bagged and tagged. Eliminated down to 12. We're sitting at 6 and 6 on both tables. $6,300 to the winner tonight. This afternoon, $4,400 for second. 10 spots get paid. So we're one away from the bubble, where we will go hand for hand. Top right of your screen, that NDSU Bison sweatshirt, that is Mr. Lardy, the Kingslayer. Ryan Tweet just getting absolutely wrecked out there. Not being able to catch a hand. But he will make the raise. 50,000. Needs to try to steal a big blind here, and I think he successfully does. I would imagine after this blind level, we take off the 1,000 chips, chip up to just the 5, 25, and 100Ks. Michael Dean can kind of just coast his way into the final table with 1.2 million chips. It's always, you know, interesting to see how those large chip stacks, chip leaders handle getting into the money and getting into the final table. Oftentimes you see players become the chip leader and then they feel like they have momentum on their side, and then they just absolutely punt off the big stack to everyone else, and all of a sudden you're the short stack at the table. So Michael maintaining his large chip stack for now. See if he can continue this momentum going into the final table. Once again, just 3 eliminations off from that point. 2 eliminations off from the money line. 1 elimination off from the bubble. And we got a battle of the blinds at this point.
84 total.
I think Max will put in enough chips to make Wade go all in. And Wade just 9 forward, cannot get it done. Wade now in the small blind, and just getting chunked ever so slightly. Wade definitely on the chopping block to be out in 12th place for our DPT Spring Championship. The MEGASTACK. Everyone started with 100K in chips when they bought in. It was a $300 tournament. That was the buy-in for 100K in chips.
It was more like, I don't care.
Blinds started very small, and now we're up to 10, 20, 20. Cost 50K to finance an orbit around the table. And being 6-handed,
I don't care. Like, we all knew what he was
those blinds come quick. John Christensen, ace-9 of clubs. And with 6 players on the table, the range of hands that you would normally play might open up a little bit, just because the possibility of other good hands being out there is smaller. Wade just getting whittled down to near nothing, just 54,000 in his chip stack. within the next 3 hands, he's going to have to go all in. Does not have the luxury of time on his side to find that premium hand. Of course, if you get any pocket pair, you're going all in. You get basically an ace or a king in your hand, and you're going all in. It's almost time to just give your fate up to the poker gods and let the chips fall where they may. That pun is 100% intended. For viewers at home, John getting ace queen is not looking good for Wade. He's just going to go all in. Try to isolate to Wade. Yep, there's paired ace is sometimes the best you can hope for. Of course, you'd love to be the one to decide to go all in or not, but you know, he does have 1, 2 more hands to maybe decide if he wants to. I think Wade and John know exactly what position each other's in. Wouldn't fault Wade for folding here. Probably knows that he's either going up against a pocket pair or his ace is dead in the water. But being that it's paired or suited ace 3, he's got a little bit better of a chance to double up through John. So here we are. Wade Kaiser's tournament life at risk. He's eliminated. It's 12th place, 2 away from the bubble. 1 spade. Wade currently has 2 outs. Another spade on the turn would be huge for him. 6 more outs, a 10, 3, or 6. Pair the board, and we are sitting good. Wade is sitting down. It's a 6 chop pot. Oh my goodness. Wade Kaiser actually makes some chips on that one through the blinds and antes. John just couldn't get it done. So Wade Kaiser will live to fight another day.
Yeah, in the interest of the tournament, that turn card.
And we are still 6 and 6 on the tables. I'm sure every other player, all 11 other players, would love to hear someone else being eliminated, meaning they're that much closer to a final table, that much closer to the money, and that much closer to $6,300 for first place.
He said he would have tripled. Are you shipping 9.5?
Brian, the second shortest stack at the table, is now in the big blind. Wade is still in an all-in or nothing situation. He's got 2 hands until he's in the blinds again. $12 minutes left on this blind level. Wade will fold. Michael will most likely fold on the button, and we'll have a battle of the blinds. And Cindy will fold and give Brian a walk. Much needed walk for Brian, only nets 10K after paying, he was in the big blind. Wade has one more hand till he has to pay the big blind, which would be half of his chip stack. Actions on Brian. He's just going to call. John will check his option. Flop comes king 4 deuce. No help to any player. Just kidding. John pairs his 4. And a huge bet for Brian. 31,000. And that bet will get John to fold. So Brian now up to 357,000 in chips. Much needed life. Can breathe a little bit easier. He's about at 15 big blinds, 18. So Wade just holding on by a thread. Michael Dean with 35% of the chips, sitting comfortably up over 1.2 mil. Cindy Schroeder, second place on the table, 691,000. Max is doing pretty good as well. Wade, this is his last hand before he's in the big blind. He'll be up first, and we'll surely see a shove here, I would think. I mean, you shove here, get folds from the table, steal the blinds and antes. You basically paid for that this next round. Can't imagine Wade folds here, but he does. He's going to risk it all on the next hand. Wade does not have the luxury of time on his hand, but he is going to gamble one more hand, and luckily he did. Cindy with king queen suited raises to 40,000. Brian will fold. John will fold as well, so it's all up to Max in the big blind to call for 20K more. And he will. Max Bechtel 6-5 will hit a 6 on the flop. Flop of 6-4 ace. We'll see a check, a 3. 1 to the straight flush. Oh boy. Could be pretty dangerous. Cindy's going to stick around, try to hit that flush. Deuce or a 7 of hearts would be absolutely devastating. Oh my God. Cindy has a flush. We're going to probably see all the chips in the middle here. Just a bet of 20K. That is interesting. So, oh, Cindy raises to 40,000. Max is probably going to shove here. I cannot imagine a world. Max re-raises. Cindy shoves all in, and Max is going to call, insta-call with a straight flush. Oh my gosh. Oh, Cindy just calls. Max raised to 80,000. Okay, so we didn't get all the chips in the middle. That could have been absolutely devastating for Cindy. Instead, the deuce of hearts on the river gives Max the straight flush.
Chase goes all in on the big blind.
Holy cow, we avoided absolute catastrophe. I don't know why Max wouldn't just shove all in there. So great play on Cindy to not get all the chips in the middle there. Little did she know at the time, Max with a huge swing in chips. I would say Cindy got out for the minimum, or the absolute minimum there.
Chase got it all in. It was like queen 10 ace jack, something like that. And there was just a flush on the board. So they chopped.
12 players still remain.
These guys 3 bigs.
Wade in the big blind. It's time to go all in there, big boy. Would have been eliminated last hand, but I suppose he does have the option to check. And he will. You might as well see a flop before you get them all in. Both of these players, Cindy and Max, would easily call a raise of 39,000. Check from Max and Wade. And Cindy. 9 on the turn. Max needs a 10 for the straight. Cindy needs king or an 8. Cindy will bet 40,000. Max folds and Wade folds as well. So Wade is really playing the long game, trying to get another player eliminated before him. Generally, the players will chip in 20 bucks to the bubble. So I think I've only seen it happen once where one player decided, like, no, I'm not paying the bubble. I'll say it just for the story, for karma's sake. The player who disagreed and decided to not pay the bubble ended up on the bubble.
You can't fold there.
Not folding at all? Because you went to 8.
On the second nuts with a runner over the top.
Oh, it's backdoor? I didn't see the whole hand.
Yeah, turn and river were hard.
Oh,
you know.
No, I'm never
I mean, that was a
folding.
perfect storm.
Already coming in to check on the table. That probably means he's still in.
Yeah, I don't know. That fucks me about that.
Lardy is not many chips left. Probably has like 40,000 in his chip stack. So it's Lardy and Wade who are on the chopping block to be going out next. Remember, Chase needs to take 3rd place or better in order to overtake Justin on the DPT Player of the Year points list.
Like your feelings when the guy in the short stack doesn't like what he's doing.
I was calling blind.
So Wade just 29,000 left in his chip stack. I would argue it looks more like 31.
No, when you chip, I think.
Wade's gonna risk it all on one more orbit around the table. The big blind gets to him. He cannot pay the full amount.
I was 10 in, so it would have been 99.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Alright, guys, I'm going to start trying now.
Take a lap, guys.
John suited connectors, 9-10 of hearts. Raise it up. 50,000. Max also is suited connectors. Max's fun fact of just getting a haircut is something I should have done this morning, but I did not get up in time. Wade will fold. Wade basically trying to outlast Chase Lardy. And with a minute and change to go on this blind level, it's going to be, he's going to try to make it so he's under the gun. Blinds have just gone up. And if he wins, he gets that much more.
No, you both are just in that crappy spot.
Blinds will go up after this hand if this hand takes more than a minute.
This level will end in 1 minute. After that, a 10-minute break.
Skylar Sand, Eric Kimball, Jared Strode, all sitting good when chip stacks over there. Wade folds, king 3. Oh my gosh. And Brian gets a walk.
Sorry, buddy.
It was 9,000 more.
2 hands until Wade is all in on the blinds.
Yeah,
I wasn't going to say anything beforehand, but
yeah, you can. You can.
I know. But I thought sure he was going to.
Looks like we'll play one more hand and then we'll take our first break of the day.
Attention players. It's time for a 10-minute break.
At the conclusion of this hand, we will also take a break. I think a 10 or 15 minute break is in order. Stretch the legs. There's a nice little inversion table up here, which is real nice. And here we go. Wade's not all in. I don't know who is. Wade's all in for 29K. I can't imagine someone doesn't call here for 9K more than the big blind.
4-7. I can't call you that.
All right. So John, Queen 4 suited of diamonds versus Wade Kaiser's Ace 10. Wade's tournament life at risk. Flop comes Jack, Jack 6, 2 diamonds, not looking good for Wade. He needs to fade a lot of cards. He wants to see a black 5. And it is a deuce. Wade Kaiser will double up just before break, folks. We're going to take a break as well. We'll be back for the conclusion of the DPT Spring Championship. See you all soon. And we are back from break. Still 6-6 on the hands. We've been colored up on the chips. Wade Kaiser had like 87,000 or so. He gained 3,000 in chips because that's how chipping up works. And Wade will go all in when first hand back from break with pocket threes. Neil will make the call with pocket eights, and Brian's going to shove with pocket kings. My God. Come back from break, and it's just insane electric movements here. Easy fold for Max. So, goodness gracious. Cindy to call, 350,000 all in from Brian. And Cindy does make the call. Oh my goodness, we got pocket threes versus pocket eights versus pocket kings. Cindy could knock out 2 players in one fell swoop, bringing us immediately down to a final table. If Cindy gets an 8 here. And there's an 8 on the flop. Cindy in the lead with a set of 8s. Oh my gosh. Brian at risk to be going home with pocket kings. What I tell you, pocket kings and aces are very common. Cracked a 3 on the turn. Wade Kaiser has a 1-outer. Brian has a 2-outer. Cindy needs to fade a king or a 3, and it is a jack. And with that, Cindy Schroeder eliminates Wade Kaiser in 12th place and Brian Tweet on the bubble in 11th place. We are now going to be probably seeing a new player come to the table, but Cindy Schroeder, over $1 million in chips. Pocket eights, hits the 8 on the flop for the set. In the double elimination, Cindy is one of those players that is sneaky good, if you can say that. Wow, and just like that, one hand back from break, and we are already down to 10 players. We're going to probably, unless we were at 11, we'll certainly need to rebalance. 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 5. Yes, we have 11 players. We'll be moving the next big blind over to our feature table.
Wade and Brian. Wade first, then Brian.
So Brian busts out on the Stone Cold Bubble. You know what, we're just going to take a quick break while we rebalance the tables. We'll be back very soon, unless we have an all-in and a call on our other table. And not an elimination. We are going to, let's just take a quick 2-minute break so we get the chips and table right. We'll be back really soon. All right, we're back. Really quick little reshuffle. We got Nathan Retke coming as the short stack on the table. He's on the Stone Cold bubble. Actually, if we're at 10 players, we're in the money. Well, we are still hand for hand. 2 minutes will be taken off the clock at the conclusion of each hand because we are almost to a final table. So we are in the money, folks. Brian Tweet does the honors of being the bubble boy, and Nathan Retke just barely squeaks in to get paid, albeit not very much. $700, so he'll double and then some. The amount of money he paid to get into this tournament. Nathan on the turn will pair his fives, and I think he's going to bet 30,000. We'll see a fold from Cindy.
Never showed. Six bet, 30,000 on the turn, one fold. I never turned the river.
Why, as I said, do something wrong.
Yeah, you bet 30,000. That's what you did
For
wrong.
my paired fives,
And I had to hold it.
Got it? Okay.
well, actually, I want to
All right, so Nathan will survive and live to fight another day. Hopefully make a little bit more than $700. Being hand for hand, 2 minutes have been removed from the clock, and we are one away from your final table here at the DPT Spring Championship at Haggie's in Mapleton, North Dakota. What a fun string of hands over the last 30 minutes. Just coming back from break, Cindy eliminates 2 players to get down to 10. Max will raise to 60,000. Once we do pop the final table bubble, we'll do a redraw for seats. Have to get the names and chip counts again. So we'll take another short intermission at that point. But don't go anywhere, folks. This is turning out to be a very, very fun conclusion to our DPT Spring Championship. Oh, looks like we have an all-in potentially from Chase Lardy, and that is an elimination. The party is gone. Skylar Sand looks to be knocking out Chase Lardy. And I think with that, we are going to take a break for the final table, ladies and gentlemen, for the DPT Spring Championship. I don't know if we play this hand, do we? We are just going to play this hand out. Very well might just see a fold around the table. Michael Dean doesn't want to waste any opportunity to accumulate more chips. Raised to 65,000. Cindy folds, and ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break. When we come back, we will have final table coverage for the DPT Spring Championship. See you all very soon. All right, welcome back, poker fans across the world. We are here for the final table at the DPT Spring Championships. Congratulations to all of our players. Who do we got for our short stack? Nathan Retke, 260,000. I'm gonna give you a sucker. Yeah, congratulations. I think it's like $800 for ninth place. I'm not saying you're gonna lose. We have seen people come back before. Yeah, it's all good. We're gonna do this. So Michael Dean, sitting at second place, over $1 million in chips. You can hold on to that. We got you on the hot mic. How you feeling right now, Michael?
Feeling good.
Yeah, do you think you have a control on the table and that you can coast this into victory?
Maybe.
Or I
played a few hands poorly. I know that much earlier, but
yeah, we all agree on
oh
the
yeah,
live stream.
I know. No, I feel comfortable.
Yeah. What's it gonna take to take home the win? $6,300 tonight.
Just getting some half decent cards.
Who are you most scared of at this table? And remember, Eric Kimball's over here on my right.
If he's in the zone, he scares me.
Max?
After yesterday, yeah.
Okay, well he's gunning for you, Max. You heard it.
No, I'm not going for him.
Well then, to my right, Eric Kimball, 680,000. You are
Not much, yeah.
not much. Second to last place in chips.
Yep.
You can hold on to that.
I will.
I'm gonna go ahead and give you a Tootsie Roll.
Well, thank you so much.
Yes. So what's
Are you doing that because I'm diabetic?
I'm going to take that away from you then.
Thank you.
We had no idea, but 680,000, second to last place in chips coming into the final table. What's it taken so far to get here today?
You know, I'm suffering from a little bit of painful rectal itch, and it's kind of distracted me at times, but I put on some topical ointment. I think I'm better now.
Okay.
I'm ready to bring it.
Little, if anyone else, Preparation H is here at the table.
Got extra. Got extra, fellas.
We'll just
And ladies,
excuse
I should
yourself to the restroom if you need to do that.
No.
We'll go ahead and give Jared Strode some Jolly Ranchers. Cindy absolutely crushing it out there. Dylan, we got some more candy for you guys for your efforts, and I'm going to take home a Milky Way. So, all right, that's it for now. Let's get to the action, what we're all here for. Congratulations, players. Who's going to win the top prize? 63. All right, this is great. Everyone's raising their hands. We have confidence at the table. Good luck, everybody. I'm attached. Nope. And making my way back up the staircase, the golden staircase to my commentary booth. 100% did not expect Eric Kimball to be so forthcoming in his topical ointment choices and needs. But we'll see if that plays a factor in him maybe getting a little antsy in the pantsy to take home the ship tonight. So let's go ahead and introduce our players officially. Michael Dean, 1.18 million in chips. Seat 2, Skylar Sand from Can Do, 460,000. I think he did the dirty work of taking out Chase Lardy. John Christensen, seat 3, staying there, 390,000. Seat 4, Max Bechtel, 815,000 in chips. Dylan Hansen from Audubon, Minnesota. He's your chip leader coming into the final table, 2,330,000. Seat 6, Cindy Schroeder, 980,000. Seat 7, Jared Strode of Edgeley, 1,445,000. Nathan Retke, 260,000. And rounding off the table, Eric Kimball, 680,000 in chips. There's your payouts. First person to get eliminated will be taking home $800. And since Eric admittingly is diabetic, I'm going to eat the candy I had chosen for him.
do an orbit of walks, guys? That'd be super fun.
All right, yeah, let's do it. Just for the fans.
You just want the walks on a hand.
All right, I have finished my Milky Way. We're good to go. Final table action to this DPT Spring Championship 100K MEGASTACK out here at Haggie's Barn Grill in Mapleton, North Dakota. This was scheduled to be a 2-day tournament. All these players have found a bag last night. Restarted this afternoon at noon.
Good pace.
John Christensen in the small blind will raise it up to 60,000. Blinds are at 15,000, 30,000 with a 30,000 big blind ante. Going over to the YouTube stream, Corey Littlewolf was saying put Chase on live stream. I promptly commented, if he makes the final table, we have no choice. And Chase Lardy has not made the final table, so we were not put in that position. Just kidding, all love, of course.
Sounded like it hurt.
If you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe. We're at 357. Let's get to 360 this afternoon. And we're looking at an eventual champion here on the table. Nathan Retke, 65,000 is the raise. Just 195K left to go. And they'll fold around, and now Nathan has some life, up to 335 or so thousand. It's 11 bigs, so he's still, he's in all-in or nothing territory, but his all-in is still a pretty good size of, you know, most of the table. Calling off an all-in for over 300,000 is going to be at most, that be like 1/8, 1/9 of a stack, all the way up to Dylan. But it's go time. It's final table. If you want to win, you're going to have to put all your chips in the middle and hope for the best. Michael D and Jack King offsuit. Go ahead and raise it up to 60,000? 65,000. So 2 players with Jack King offsuit, and we'll see the flop. Oh my gosh, both other kings are on the flop. We're gonna have a chop pot, most likely. We'll probably see a couple all-ins. Michael, probably 50 or 60,000. Dylan will smooth call. 8 on the turn. You know, another spade would give Michael the flush, which would be pretty devastating. And the turn is a 3. We have a chop pot if we take it down to showdown. The bet is 130,000. Oh man, you'd hate for someone to fold in this position. Flush is out there, but Michael does hold it. One of the outs in that spade. It's removal to the board, as they would say. And he'll make the call, and we'll see a little chop pot here. So each player will net 30,000 in chips.
I had to double check. I'm pretty sure it would take one of your outs out. All that. I don't think the next straight line of it. It was just flush. Yeah, the flush is
Tim Rolls and the Lakers have tipped off about a half hour ago, and it's still 0-0. You would think it's a hockey game going on right now. 40 seconds in. 10 minutes in, it's still 0-0. Michael Dean will fold as well. Skyler folds. Over to Max, looking down at Big Slick unsuited. Max will raise it up to 120,000. Fold through, and Max will scoop up a pot here. Eric with pocket sixes will raise to 80,000. Fold around to Jared, looking at Jack King offsuit in the small blind. He will fold as well. And we'll get a fold around to Eric's raised pot pre-flop with pocket sixes, and one of our short stacks at the table is going to be scooping in some much needed chips right before the big blind essentially finances this orbit, stealing those blinds and antes. Certainly want to thank all the dealers that came out this weekend to push cards to all these players, allowing them to potentially win $6,300. Nathan Hansen in the hijack is going to raise it to 80,000, I think. 85,000. 7-5 offsuit. Cindy will make the call. I've seen this a few times this tournament, people raising pre-flop with garbage hands, trying to steal some blinds and antes. But we'll have two players to the flop. Both Dylan and Cindy both hold a 7. Flop comes 8-10-5. Dylan will pair his 5s. So the raise pre-flop pays off, and Dylan, chip leader, gets a little bit stronger, adding 160,000 to his chip stack. He's up over 2.4 million now. Jared and Michael sitting comfortable-ish. Nathan needs to find a time to go all in or nothing. Nathan is on the button, so he's got a number of hands here before he has to make that decision. Skylar, queen 8, will fold. John will raise it up, looks to be about 80,000. Eric Kimball pocket 6s again, will call for 65K more. A little too much for Michael with 9 deuce suited. Three, 3-6, Eric Kimball. It's a set on the flop. Check from Eric and a bet of 125,000 from John. You can imagine not just hits a set, but a full house at that. Okay, Eric's just gonna call, see if he can extract any more chips out of John. Eric checks again for deception, and John shoves all in. This, oh my gosh. And John runs into a flopped full house. John Christensen is going to be, and quads on the river to add insult to injury. Eric Kimball will eliminate John Christensen, and Eric Kimball was once second in chips, is now up over $1 million. 1.2 mil in chips, just like that. Crazy. So John Christensen will be eliminated in 9th place, take home $800. Next person to be eliminated will take home $1,000. Started from the bottom, now we hear would be Eric's walk-up song, if there was such a thing in poker.
Unless you have the money.
Dylan Hansen, Jack King suited. It's gonna raise to 80,000. And we'll see folds around the table. Not much happening there on that hand. Nathan will raise to 65,000 with Queen 9 suited. Holding around to Skylar, looking down at King Queen offsuit. Skylar's gonna move all in. Skylar's telling Nathan, you're not the boss of me now. He's gonna shove all in now. Skylar's looking at a $500,000 chips. Nathan Retke dwindling down under 200,000. Six and a half big blinds remaining. It is time for Nathan to go all in or nothing. Skylar buys himself just a little bit of time. 14 minutes left on this blind level. Blinds will probably go to 20, 40, 40, I would imagine.
That's what I had. Because sometimes I cash, of course, you raise or other nonsense. I don't take
Finding.
I may try to do it actually. I saw like they didn't have it.
Fold around to max. Dylan will call and Cindy will check. Ace 4 offsuit. Flop comes deuce, jack, king. No help to any player. Cindy is still with the best hand. Dylan will bet 30,000. Cindy will call fairly quickly. 10 of hearts on the turn. Cindy holding the only heart. We'll see a check, check. And a 7 on the river. We'll see if Dylan tries to make a stab at it. He does not. He checks. Cindy checks. And Cindy will scoop in a pot. Up to 880,000 in chips now. Nathan very much on the chopping block. Again, $1,000 to the next person eliminated. Wolves are down 16-13 to the Los Angeles Lakers, and Nathan Retke is going to go all in with ace 4 suited. Eric folds, taps the table for good luck to Nathan. Not good enough for Max, he'll fold. Over to Jared Strode. For the 12th of his chip stack, we'll likely see a call here from Jared. Certainly would be nice to eliminate a player here. Is your king queen strong enough though, pre-flop, to do so? could certainly see a fold here from Jared. You know, losing 200K in your chip stack. Nathan doesn't really gain that much. King Queen is certainly strong pre-flop, but is it worth? If it was suited, probably a different story. And he does make the call. So Nathan Retke's tournament life at risk.
190 total, right? 195.
That's your blind,
Yep.
that's the change from the 195.
See if Nathan can fade a king or a queen on the 5 community cards.
You'll stand up. You got a backpack you want to put on or something, right?
And your flop comes 5, Jack, 4. Nathan pairs his 4, still needs to avoid a king or queen, a 4-outer. The other kings and queens have been taken up by other hands. 6 on the turn, 12% chance for Jared to knock out Nathan Retke in 8th place, and the river is a 5 as well, so Nathan will survive and double up through Jared Strode of Edgley. Nathan no longer in a position to go all in or nothing, that is not forced to. Scoops up some much needed blinds and antes as well. If you're Jared, you're probably slightly upset that you just didn't knock someone out, but not the end of the world. Jared Strode still sitting in 3rd place in chips. Nathan trying to get up to $500,000 in chips. Looks like Michael's going to raise it to 80,000. Jared Strode looking down at pocket kings now. That's what you would call not a bad hand pre-flop. Certainly we'll see a raise here. Looks to be a raise to 225,000. So 145K more to call for Michael. Might be just the right price for him to call. We'll see. He does make the call. Huge pot brewing here. $500,000 chips in the middle already. Flop comes deuce 6-10. Jared's king still in the lead. 82% favorite to win. Six minutes left on this blind level. Jared will bet 80,000. Having 2 overs to the board. Michael's gonna call. Great bet by Jared. Proper sizing. 8 on the turn. Probably just do the same bet here, Jared. 80,000 is something he's willing to pay. Why not do it again?
You got any reds behind that? No.
Jared asking to see how many chips Michael has in front of him. Jared really taking his time on what the sizing of this bet's going to be. Makes it 325. Oh my. Michael's reaching for chips for a potential call. What are you thinking here, Michael? Your ace high is good? Michael's going to be relying on an ace and an ace only. He does fold. Jared Strode scoops in a massive pot. He's up to 1.5 million in chips now. Michael taking quite a shellacking out of his chip stack there.
Well, no, we can leave them out there, and then like, you'll know what the flop is that way, right?
You're making it look later, or what do you have?
15 minutes, right? I was betting for value.
Sunday Fun Day Turbo Night or Turbo Afternoon is still well underway. $100 to enter. You have until 5:15 tonight, 2 hours from now, to register. 20-minute blind levels. $100 gets you 15K in chips. Can rebuy or add on up to $300. Got the Wolves game on in the bar, so you won't miss any action there if you do decide to come out and join us. Dylan raises to 90,000. Eric Kimball now. Pocket tens. He's going to shove all in. Really don't mind this play from Eric. Attempt to steal the raise and then blinds and antes. Steal 90K from Dylan. Rather get it in now than after we see a flop. If you're Eric, puts on a lot of pressure to Dylan. And Dylan's just going to fold. Smart play as the chip leader, not to call off half of his chips. And look at this, Eric Kimball started with just 680,000. He was second to last in chips. He's now in third place with 1.3 million in chips. Guess that topical ointment has been staving off uncomfortability for Eric long enough for him to double up his chips.
This level will end in 1 minute.
Sounds like we'll be on break after this. Oh, last hand at this level. Probably a break after the next blind level. Fold around to Cindy. She's looking at Queen Jack. She'll raise it up to probably 75,000. No takers. Cindy will scoop up the blinds and antes, getting closer to that million in chips mark. And we'll have one more hand before the blinds go up to 20, 40, 40. That's the thing about poker, is it always gets more expensive to play at a very specific interval of time.
Attention players. The blinds have changed. The small blind
Cindy started with 980,000, is back up to
and the ante is 40,000.
actually just 40, just lost 40,000 since being on the final table. Dylan will raise it up to 80,000. Sounds good for Jared. Makes the call. Eric folds his ace-4. It's removal to Jared's ace. So we'll be 2 players to a flop. Dylan versus Jared. Flop comes king 8-8. Dylan flops trips. We'll see a check. No ace or queen. For Jared's sake, it's a 7, a blank essentially on the turn. Dylan's gonna bet 150,000. Jared will take his time assessing the situation, but we'll most likely see a fold here. And there it is. Chip leader gets a little bit stronger with that win. And our blinds are now up to 20, 40, 40,000, big blind ante. Nathan Retke with that blind level raise is now under that 10 big blind threshold. He's gonna need to start making some moves. Skylar Sand, 450,000. Probably be seeing some all-ins from both of those players very soon. Jared Strode will raise to 85K. Max will fold. $22 players in our Sunday Fun Day Turbo. Sounds like easy money to me if you want to come out here. Cindy, our lone lady in the field remaining, trying to become a DPT champion this season. Also, I need to mention the DPT points race. Everything I've said about it over the last day and a half is completely null and void. We have reworked the point system for various reasons. We were counting buy-ins. You would get points for that. Since we've started our partnership with Rough Rider, they've had much bigger buy-ins since they are on casino land, native land. The buy-ins are not capped at $300, so firing away 5 bullets in a $1,000 buy-in tournament basically buys yourself tons of points on the leaderboard. So it'll be restructured to top 15% will get points. Wow. So Michael raises to 90,000. Dylan Hansen 3 bets to put Michael all in. Dylan absolute stone cold right now. He's like a statue. Michael's just been in the wrong place at the wrong time a couple times now in the last 20 minutes or so, losing a bunch of chips to Jared Strode and now potentially losing a ton of chips to Dylan Hansen. Already doing that, 90K. Should he fold here, it could be all of his chips if he calls. And he will fold, lick his wounds, and live to fight another day. Dylan Hansen growing his chip lead even more by another 110,000. Dylan has our short stack, and even Skylar would be ecstatic to see another different player get knocked out and have them see a pay jump. Although the first bigger pay jump comes from 6th to 5th place, from 1450 to 1800. Next big pay jump is from 4th to 3rd, 2200 versus 3100. Well, that all sounds nice to all these players. First place prize, $6,300. Sounds way better, as that is our top prize to our eventual champion today. Max is going to raise it to 110,000. Dylan will call. Cindy will as well. Flop comes deuce, king 10. Dylan, middle pair, reaching for chips immediately. Looks to be like 130, 110,000. Cindy will fold. Max will fold as well. Keep giving chips to the chip leader. Makes your job a lot tougher to win. All it takes is one hand, though, for anything to turn around. Want to thank our dealer, Randy, for being an absolute champion, dealing the feature table all day yesterday, dealing the final table all day today. This man doesn't need a break. Breaks are not in his DNA. He's got full sets of DNA. Poker runs deep. Poker dealing runs deep in his veins. Max Bechtel looking down at some Cowboys. He'll raise it up to 125,000.
Paul Frederick and some custom harvest Can't do that.
Jared calls this. It would be for a significant chunk of his chip stack. Kind of. Not really. I think I did my math wrong. But Max Bechtel will scoop up a pot with Cowboys. Nice little boost to his chip stack. Much needed. He's up to 705,000. I want to thank all 66 of you watching on YouTube. Do us a favor. Like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Let's get to 360. We're at 357 now. We just need 3 of you guys to hit that subscribe button. I doubt all 66 of you are already subscribed. It's free for you to do. It helps out the channel. And again, once we get to 1,000 subscribers, we can monetize our streams and finally get paid for this job. And we got a walk here to our short stack at the table. Well, I don't know about that. Michael and Skylar fold. Max now looking down at ace-10 offsuit. Looks like some raising chips. It'll be to 95,000. Dylan folds. Cindy Jack-10 unsuited will call. She'll come along. Jared Strode, Jack-King suited. Jared will make the call. Too rich for Eric, just 55,000 more. Does not want to call with what could have been 2 live cards. I mean, we'll see what happens on the flop here. Deuce 5-4. Rainbow. Max still in the lead with ace high. Check around the table. 6 on the turn. Jared, sensing weakness, is going to make a stab at it to the tune of 135. Max will fold. Can't see Cindy sticking around either. She'll fold, and first one to bet in a unpaired situation will often win the pot.
Look who's complaining about flop.
We're going 50-50 right now, but the one 50 too good was good.
Dylan Hansen looking down at pocket sixes. Raise it up to 110,000. Cindy will make the call with ace queen unsuited. Fold around to Eric Kimball.
Now we're going to see him. He's going to block me this time. Nothing, I need it.
Now Eric will call this hand. 8-5 suited. The suited must make the difference for him. 4-6 deuce on the flop, and Dylan hits a set. Eric with the gut shot. He'll check. Dylan checks, and Cindy shoves all in. I mean, sensing weakness from the other players, but 2 overs to the board. But Cindy is unfortunately going to run into her demise here. Eric would have to go runner and avoid a pair on the board. And Dylan will call, show his set, and Cindy's tournament life is going to be at risk. Cindy needs runner to stay alive. Probably 2 aces or 2 queens. Nathan is going to get another million in chips. Check mark is given to Dylan. And Cindy Schroeder will be eliminated in 8th place, taking home a cool $1,000. And Dylan Hansen up to 3.7 million in chips. Holy cow. Chase Lardy there to give Cindy some knucks. And Dylan's 1 step closer to winning $6,300 for first place. Players are happy. They get a little pay jump. Next person to be eliminated will take home $1,200. And I'm not sure if Dylan can afford any more chips. He's using the stacking by denomination strategy. If he gets any more blues, he's going to have a very wobbly chip stack. Nathan Retke is ecstatic to see that. He just made that little pay jump. So unfortunate timing for Cindy to shove all in. Runs into a set. Nathan or Dylan will raise it up. I think it's 110,000. But with that elimination, the blinds come even faster for Nathan. So he's going to be paying that big blind a lot more often. Dylan Hansen adding again to his chip stack. We'll see if he goes any with, yep, he's going for a second stack of blues. That amount of blues has reached its max height.
It's gonna happen.
We are off to hand number 89 on the day.
I know eighth is 1,000.
Dylan will fold a hand for once.
Fourth was like 22.
Oh, really?
So like eighth to eighth to fifth is like there's like something like 1,000, 1,200, something like
Looks like Jared's raising it up to 85,000. Nathan's gonna call. Max in the big blind will fold. So Jared versus Nathan, King 10 versus Ace 4. 6 Jack 4 on the flop. Nathan's still in the lead with his ace high. 19 minutes left on this blind level.
yeah, so like right now, yeah, 1,200.
Nathan with a pair of fours rather. Jared will still take a stab at it.
No, if you get down to fourth, yeah, then you're
And Nathan decides to move all in. Bet is 65,000. Nathan shoves, Jared folds. So nice all-in moment there for Nathan. Sensing his pair of fours was best, and he was correct. I'd say if there was another Broadway card out there that didn't pair Jared's hand, Nathan was certainly going to put some more time into whether or not he was going to shove.
No sin, you just left me off. 7-4?
They are now.
8-4?
Eric Kimball sizing up a raise here to 115,000. Skylar's been sitting pretty quiet, but it's time for him to start making a move, but not before Max Beckdahl does. He's going to go all in for just over $500,000. Eric will just fold. Good fold there from Eric. Max Beckdahl getting some much needed chips. Show his hand to the table. Queen 10 suited. He's willing to shove with that. Wolves are down 40-44 against the Lakers.
Stay late just for the drawing.
LeBron James missed a free throw. Sunday Fun Day Turbo Night is in full swing. We've got till 5:15 to buy in. So Skyler's going to shove all in for 330,000.
You can call. You thought you were calling me. You didn't say call.
And man, Skyler just keeps getting himself into these situations where he's just short stacked. It was, I looked it up yesterday. It was, oh wait, is Dylan calling? Wow, I mean, you might as well. You have 4 million in chips before, or 3.7 million in chips before the call. Nathan is all in for 610. I mean, Dylan, why? Dylan's just going to call there. I mean, now you have to call. So Dylan just wants to see low cards and a bunch of clubs. Two-way all in. Dylan Hansen could knock out 2 players here. Skylar Sand and Nathan Retke's tournament life on the line. Big flop here. 7 queen deuce. Skylar will pair his queens. And a jack of hearts on the turn. Do not want to see a heart if you're Skylar. Gets sucked out on again. Nathan has 10 outs to win the hand. And it is an ace of hearts. Skylar Sand eliminated in 7th place to a river from Nathan Retke. Nathan Retke started as our short stack at the table with 260,000 and now up to 1.6 million in chips. Skylar just cannot get the monkey off his back. Loses it in takes 2nd place in the Free Poker Network National Championship in Vegas. Loses to Marion Massman. Can't get the dub there and is eliminated in 7th place tonight for $1,200. Skylar's been playing well all weekend long, but unfortunately there can only be one. Nathan was at the bottom. Now he's 2nd in chips. Dylan Hansen still basically double the chip stack of anyone else on the table. Michael very soon on the chopping block. Michael's just gonna fold Jack King offsuit. I don't know what that's about. Meanwhile, Dylan Hansen will raise to 120,000. Jared Strode looking down a big slick offsuit. Do we see a 3-bet? We do. I think he raises to 310. We'll see a fold from everybody. Jared Strode will be taking in some more chips there. Six players remain. Next person to go out will get $14.50. Not a bad little payday for a day and a half of poker. Coming up on 3 hours and 11 minutes until West Fargo Rural Fire Department will announce the winner of the $12,000 raffle. Tickets are still on sale until 7 o'clock tonight. You'll have to come out to Haggie's in Mapleton to buy any raffle tickets. They're 20 bucks a piece. Only 1,500 tickets sold, I think. Eric Kimball will call for 50,000 more. Flop comes queen 10-10. Both players get a nice chunk of the flop. Eric will bet 100,000. He'll make the call. Turn is a 7. Kimball checks. Proper sizing here could induce a fold from Eric, but instead we're inducing a bet. 160,000.
Okay.
Kimball moves all in. Now Jared's questioning, does Eric have the 10? Little does he know, they've got the same hand. Dana's out there doing a little chip management. Boy, Eric really put him in the think tank with this one. He's gonna fold. Eric approves. So flip-flop in position. Eric Kimball now in third place. Jared Strode in third place in chips with 1.34 mil.
You got bluffed, sir.
I think we had the same one.
I don't think you do have queen jack.
Heated battle for the T-Wolves and Lakers. Anthony Edwards just getting into LeBron James's face. I absolutely love it. Knock him off his game. Dylan raises to 150. Pocket aces. Likely not see anything from there.
Somebody please make up the hand. I was actually kind of hoping it would. Like, give me a good hand.
Dylan will be first to act and folds. Might see a walk here for, nope, we won't see a walk. We got an all-in from Michael Dean. And a fold from Max Bechdahl. Oh, nice. You got that up there. If only there was a camera on me. You could see that I'm the commentator, but here's our aggression frequency. Dylan Hansen constantly pushing the issue, raising a lot of pots. Similar but different to voluntarily putting chips in pot. I think aggression frequency would be raises. Jared will fold. Lockdown defense from Anthony Edwards. Nathan raises to 110,000. Dylan will make the call. Flop is Queen Jack 6. Dylan will bet 100,000. We'll check Nathan Retke with the best hand and gets trips on the river. Nathan Retke will scoop in a pot, and Dylan, I won't say he's punting away his chip lead, but he's certainly not holding on to it very well. Something we just talked about just a little bit ago was how do you manage your chip lead? Do you punt the stack away? Or do you maintain and continue to grow? You can use that chip stack for aggression. And that's exactly what Dylan's done.
Attention players. This level will end in 1 minute.
Max Bechdahl will fold. So will Dylan, and Jared will get the walk. We'll have last hand here at this blind level. And is that Anthony Edwards injured? It is. His left knee. He's hurt. Well, there goes our playoff hopes. What do you know? Minnesota sports never seem to fail. Yeah, it's Ant. He's hurt. The entire state of Minnesota is it's not having a good time.
We'll go back to the locker room, come back in the third quarter, put up 20 in the third.
Attention players.
Eric Kimball, ace jack offsuit.
The small blind is 30,000 and the big blind is 60,000. And the ante is 60,000.
LeBron James just rolls over onto Anthony Edwards' leg and knee. Not that he meant to, but that's brutal. Ugh! Blinds are up. 30, 60, 60. It's more expensive than ever to play.
You notice I hadn't drug yours yet.
Cost you $150K to finance an orbit around the table. Michael Dean with ace 10 suited. Likely see a raise here. He is now under that 10 big blind threshold. Yeah, all in. Folds around to Jared Strode. Folds as well. Nathan folds. It's all up to you, Eric. Nope, 7 deuce. Pretty hard to call with that. So Michael Dean scooping in some more chips there. Much needed. Oh, Anthony Edwards is walking. That is a really good sign. Oh. Randy has got to pull on that all-in button, that's all. There he is.
I want to get this done. It's just going to go out randomly.
And now it's your turn.
Fold around to Eric Kimball.
7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold, 60,000.
In the small blind, he'll call. Michael Dean will go all in.
Yeah, you might as well have kept it there.
Why did I open my mouth?
Eric will fold, and Michael Dean is making a little run here, trying to claw his way back into a nice chip stack.
I saw the 8, I was like, oh, an 8, okay.
Minnesota's in the lead now, 56-55. Got a little bit of a barn burner. Dylan will be first to act. Looking down at ace king suited or unsuited. I think he just makes the call there. Fold around to Eric Kimball. Just trying to get some action out of this. Oh wait, yeah. Got a call there from Michael. Max, ace 9 suited, clubs. Max goes all in, insta call from Dylan. Michael's gonna get out of the way. And Max is packing up. He's gonna head to the door. He does think his tournament life is over. Ace King versus Ace 9. He does have the club advantage and no clubs on the flop. 7, 9, 6. Max pairs his 9. Needs to fade a king and a king only. It's a 2-outer. And it's a 5 on the river, and Max Bechdahl will survive and double up through Dylan Hansen, your chip leader. Max Bechdahl now in with over $1 million in chips, much needed. Dylan Hansen, unfortunately, somewhat punting away his chip lead.
I should have shifted because I would have got there.
You would have got there?
Very, very unfortunate.
Oh my God.
Get it in bad. Like, when am I going to shift?
3-1, maybe you got me stuck with me, you know, and you knock both of us out, and we should get the page out.
I'm just trying to sneak in there.
Maybe just Dylan's trying to get in here with some
So wow, Max Bechdahl doing everything he can to stay alive and to take down that $6,300 top place prize. This player's refusing to go quietly into the night. Jared Strode, ace-jack suited, is going to raise it up to 125,000. Sunday Funday Turbo is still well underway. If you want to get out here, you have probably about an hour until registration closes.
Hindsight's always great.
Flop is 865. 2 hearts. Jared Strode in the lead. Nathan Retke with the gut shot draw.
Get it in third place.
Dylan checks. Jared will bet 80,000. Nathan will actually call. He's going to try to get lucky here. Another 5 on the turn. You know, Nathan calling there does kind of make you think, did he have the 5 and now just hit trips? Jared might be slowing his roll here. He does. He checks. That's a good sign for Jared that didn't pair it. In a 7 on the river, Nathan actually catches the 7 for the straight. Now Jared is going to probably be betting here, and betting rather big. Nope, 80,000. Nathan's going to raise it up without thinking about it. And a call. Oh my God, he says, unbelievable. Raises to 205. Jared insta calls. Nathan with the ballsy play to call with nothing but a gut shot.
In my head, it's like, I'm going to bet the same bet. When he raises, I am going to beat him into the pot. Just glad you didn't raise more, because I didn't even look at it.
So, wow, started from the bottom, and now Nathan Retke is your outright chip leader on our final table. Eric Kimball was in second to last place. He's now in third place in chips. I'd say a somewhat even distribution of chips, but yeah, Nathan just probably in disbelief of where he's finding himself right now, and that's the chip leader on our final table will actually fold Queen Jack. Fold around to Max. And Dylan also with Queen Jack. Raise it up to, oh, he just calls. Gonna check from Jared. Flop comes at 5, ace, ace, 2 hearts. Jared Strode with the flush draw. Jack of hearts would be devastating. But I think it was taken up in the other Queen Jack hand, so that's not available for the drama. Jared will bet 75,000 it must be. Huge bet here from Dylan. A raise to 225. Dylan trying to represent that he's got the ace. I mean, you don't want to shove all in on a flush draw, but do you believe him that he has the ace? Dylan just calls pre-flop out of the small blind. Could be masking the strength of his hand, but Jared's gonna push the issue, goes all in. There's no way Dylan can call this. There just isn't. You've nothing. Dylan now wondering if Jared has the ace. He doesn't, but he had plenty of equity in the hand. So Jared Strode chipping away at Dylan Hansen, who was once the chip leader. Now finds him still in second place, but more even distribution of chips now. Michael Dean is going to need to start making some waves here, almost at that 10 big blind threshold.
Oh, if I'm at like these bigs, oh yeah. I was like, I got like 12, 13.
All of these players very deserving of a win. I see Eric at pretty much every event. I see him playing all the other circuits and tons of poker. Nathan Retke, a dedicated poker player, plays in the Free Poker Network and DPT events. I'm sure other ones. Jared as well, seasoned veteran. Don't know much about Michael Dean, but freak, he's made it to a final table in an 85-player tournament. Big mega or MEGASTACK 100K. Eric will raise to 150,000. Max will call. Fold around to Eric, and we'll see a flop here with ace-8 suited. Oh, did Nathan? Nathan folded. Flop comes 2 spades, or 2 clubs, 3 king-9. Eric Kimball with the flush draw. Eric's just going to push the issue and go all in immediately. Max will fold. So similar situation to last hand. How do you play your flush draws? Do you raise them, or do you just go all in right away? Max Bechtel waking up with pocket sevens. Looks like he's going to raise it up to 150,000. Fold around to Eric Kimball, who will fold as well. Max will be stealing the blinds and antes. Do not get lulled, ladies and gentlemen. Poker's a game of ebbs and flows. We're in an ebb right now, not much happening. Seems feels dead, but all it takes is one hand and bam, we have an elimination. It happens so quick. Max, Dylan, and Jared all fold this hand. Nathan thinking about playing 5 deuce suited. As the chip leader, you can't afford to kind of play these disguised hands. Oh, he's going to steal the pot from Eric and Michael. So Nathan now being able to use his chip stack to his advantage, be a little aggressive, raise pre-flop with nothing, steal some blinds and antes. Nathan Retke now with ace deuce suited. It's going to raise it up to 140,000. Again, using that chip stack to his advantage. But Michael Dean, he's got the jiggities. Couple of fish hooks. Pocket jacks. He's going to go all in for a little over $500,000. An understandable call if you're Nathan. Michael, having under 10 big blinds, has to go all in with something, but not good enough for Nathan. He's going to fold, and Michael Dean will scoop in a much-needed pot up to $855K in chips. .21 minutes left on this blind level. Halfway through it, I'd imagine it goes up to, geez, 40, 80, 80. Just a massive jump in blinds. You love to see it. You also, argument can be made against such a large jump where it just becomes kind of a luck fest where people are forced to go all in, but we can't be here till 10 o'clock at night. That would actually be a little ridiculous. And by a little, I mean a lot. Okay, so 2 to the flop. Dylan and Jared both paired their kings. Dylan checks. Jared sizing a bet here. Looks to be over 100,000. $105,000 is the bet. Dylan raises to 1.4 million. putting Jared all in to call. Does Dylan just have a flush draw? He's got the king. Jared's got him absolutely dominated.
Like a million. Yeah, like something like that.
Jared, a very analytical player as well. A lot goes on in his head diagnosing a poker hand. Jared definitely has the cojones to call such a large raise. And he does. Oh my gosh, Dylan Hansen is going to be left with about 70,000 in chips. Jared Strode needs to fade a 9. He's got a 1. We've got a 1 outer situation on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Dylan Hansen needs to see a 9. Outs are open. 6 outs now. 7, 4, or 9. Pair the board or a 9. A 6 on the river. Jared Strode will double up through Dylan Hansen, getting up to 2.4 million in chips. A massive hand for Jared Strode. So wow, Jared Strode now takes the lead in the chip count. Nathan Retke not far behind. They're both a little less than double Eric Kimball. Dylan Hansen was once your chip leader, now down to just 6.8 big blinds, 410,000. He is now, not only that, he's in the small blind, so another 30K out of his chip stack. He is probably wondering what the heck happened over the last couple hours. I don't think he's made any like terrible plays that I've noticed. He's just an aggressive player. It's gotten him to this final table, and you live and die by the sword. And yeah, that's exactly what's happening here with Dylan. Unfortunately for him, Jared Strode will get the walk, increasing his lead ever more. Minnesota's down 66-61 in the third. I think Anthony Edwards is still alive, so that's good. So coming into the final table, our two short stacks are feeling a little bit comfortable with their position right now. Cindy Schroeder came in with 980,000. Got into a nasty battle. Ended up getting knocked out. I think by Dylan Hansen, it was a river. Max Bechtel is going to shove all in. And Dylan's all in. Oh my goodness. Everyone get out of the way for these two. So we've got virtual coin flip here. Dylan Hansen, pocket sixes, Max Bechtel, ace queen, 9-8, ace on the flop. Max Bechtel pairs his ace. That is bigger than a pair of sixes. He's going to need to see a 6. It's a 1-outer at this point. One of the sixes was taken up by a hand from one of the other players. 1-outer on the river, a 10, and Dylan Hansen eliminated. In 6th place, Dylan Hansen will be taking home some money, but not as much as he'd like to, considering he was the chip leader coming into this. $1,450. Next person to be eliminated Be taking home $1,800.
Now it's 1,800. I think it goes like 20.
And he,
Yeah, and if I were shorter, snap, you know.
he's not mad about it. He might be mad about the 9.
And then there were 5, ladies and gentlemen. Michael Dean, next up on the chopping block, has a little bit of time with 14 bigs. Michael, Queen 10 suited, going to fold. Perhaps it's the fact of being a little out of position, but just 5-handed, your range of hands. I mean, you see 2 Broadway suited cards, you should be happy. Kind of raising, pushing the envelope there. Jared Strode, pocket 3s will raise to 125. Eric will call in the big blind.
You play well, but he was none of your hands hold, just losing.
That's fine.
Flop comes 9, deuce, 10. Jared's pocket 3s still in the lead. Eric will check. Jared probably a little happy to see just the 10 high out there. Lessens the chance that Eric would be calling with good hand. And yeah, there it is. Jared bets, Eric folds, and Jared Strode getting a little bit richer.
No, I'm in brainer. Tom usually takes.
I did notice that when things started going against him, his sunglasses came off and then it got worse.
Oh, no. I get rid of that.
You know what I mean?
Who's over here breaking hearts? Is that you, Jared
It's
Strode?
kind of a circle.
Yeah.
You guys all did it?
I did it.
You guys ganged up on him?
Yeah, kind of. He had all the chips, and we all wanted chips.
I didn't go that far, but I mean, I was just asking.
8 calls, 60,000.
Eric Kimball now pocket kings.
9 rows, 170,000.
He's going to raise to 170,000. Nathan with his king 9 suited will make the call.
Hey, neighbor.
Nathan wants to see hearts. Eric would love to see the 4th king.
You stink or something, dude? Like,
6-5 queen, good flop for Eric.
I probably do, but I'm just immune to it now.
whatever, nose blind. That's all good. Yeah.
Eric bets and Nathan will fold. Unbelievable. Huge 3 by the Lakers. Wolves down by 11. Why do you, all the years of being a Minnesota sports fan, why do you ever get your hopes up? Why do I get the feeling that I get my hopes up that maybe we'll win this year? Do we really think we can beat Luka again?
You know, screwing around a little bit, like keep your tables up, and like now it's not gonna rip and blind.
Braun getting rejected at the rim just sounds and feels so good to see. Oh. Michael Dean, king 5 suited to call. Max will check the option. We do not want to see a bunch of hearts out here. It'd make things pretty interesting. 2 hearts, oh my goodness. Ace is out there, we'll check. Michael pairs his king. 9 of spades, or diamonds. Check from Michael, check from Max. And a 3 on the river. We'll check.
Oh wow! Thank you for not putting the card out there.
And oh, and Max did pairs 3, but the king, yeah, good thing he didn't bet there. I don't think that was going to be a busto hand.
And imagine if it was a queen of hearts too, and you're just like, oh, I got the second nuts all day.
Yeah, always in hindsight. Because I was like, even on the tour, I was like, how is Daddy's? Because I've got a pair of, like, we don't have an I've got a pair of flush.
We have an ace. Why not? I guess it could.
Shout out to a few people on YouTube channel, Jason Kramer. I will apologize. Playing ace king and losing is not a punt. Okay, I'll admit it. Philip Donatian says Phil Hellmuth is the GOAT. Wants to get some arguments going in the comments. Some good old-fashioned respectful debate. Eric Kimball pocket tens is going to raise to 175,000, and no one has a good enough hand to call that. 8 minutes left on this blind level. Minnesota's got the deficit down to 6 now. LeBron James is crying, so that's always good to see. God, I love it when he cries. Second best player to ever play in the NBA. Yeah, good old bad call going Minnesota's way. Max Jack 9 on the button. He'll fold. It'll be battle of the blinds here. Jared Strode looking down at Queen 9. Jared's gonna raise it up to 175,000. Nathan Retke with Queen 10, slightly better hand, is gonna call. Queen, deuce, 3. Oh no. We'll see if this is ends up being an all-in hand. Certainly, if the betting gets out of line. Jared and Nathan both check. Ace on the river. That'll give pause to someone. Jared could certainly rep. He's got the ace, but he's going to check. Nathan, not liking it, is going to check as well. And a 5 of diamonds on the river. That might be a get out of jail free card for Jared. Not having any diamonds in his hand. Check and a bet of 150,000 from Nathan and Jared. Yeah, too much that can go wrong. That hand, he's just going to fold to get out of the way. Nathan Retke holding it over 2 million chips. Should be just a few minutes left at this level. Then we're going to take a short break. Much needed. Minnesota cutting the deficit down to 2 points. Can they get ahead of the Lakers? Oh, Luca does Luca things. God, he is so freaking dirty. Like, unbelievable. But Ant, oh, doesn't hit the 3. I see a fold of King Jack suited. Must be a position thing. Jared will fold. Battle of the blinds. Nathan raises to 150,000 and Eric will fold. Just under 4 minutes left on this blind level.
Yeah, but that, I mean, then you never know.
It's been a great final table. Good action, hitting one of those lulls again, but do not fall asleep on this. Can happen at any second. You come back from break, you lose 2 players. Right before break is a hot time for people to push the issue. It's going to get a little bit more expensive to play. Nathan Retke with pocket 4s. It's going to raise it up to, I think, 175, 150,000. $90K to call for Michael. And he will fold. Nathan Retke managing his large chip stack very well ever since he got it about an hour ago. Who knows how long it's been.
Yeah, it's set to where it's at.
Oh, is it set to that?
Like that's his,
Yeah.
It's set to where
you can't move it
not a bad
6 and you like still be good. Yeah. It'd be unknown. That really mess with production though. I'm gonna start scanning the cards over here. Just never put him in the box.
And a steal by the Timberwolves. A fast break opportunity. And one. Is that an one for Naz Reid? Might be injured.
With a reader there. But they have them on top of each other.
Nathan Retke now with pocket 6s. Call for 60,000. Kurt Kimball will also make the call. 7-4 of hearts. Michael Dean in the small blind, 6-5 unsuited, also makes the call. So Max has the option just to check here. He might as well.
Hey, we know what they are.
Everyone
We know which 2 they are.
has a pretty crappy hand other than Nathan with the pocket 6s. Michael does have removal to a 3rd or potential 4th 6. Three King 8. Max does have top pair or middle pair. She'd check around a deuce on the turn, gives Max 2 pair. A very disguised 2 pair. We'll see if he tries to bet or check to try to have someone else try to steal this pot. Well, there is 2 clubs out there. You don't want to let anyone see a free card. 180,000. Nathan not buying it will make the call. Yeah, Eric will get out of there. Michael with the gut shot straight draw. Yep, he'll fold. So Max is going to get paid on this hand. Nice bet, nice sizing. Max will get the check mark. Let's see if he continues. He'll check his 2-pair.
It's time for
Nathan checks as well.
please. Stop play
That's really not, I don't mind that check at all. You know, a nice raise on the turn. Nathan does call, thinking he's got some strength to it. Maybe he's got a pair of kings. Check on the river shows weakness and maybe can induce a bluff or a bet from Nathan. So, all right, that's going to do it for this blind level, and we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll see the conclusion DPT Spring Championship out here at Hagie. See you soon. And we are back for five-handed poker on our final table at the DPT Spring Championship out at Haggie's Bar in Mapleton, North Dakota. It's time for dinner. Wolves are slipping away. Who'd have thunk it?
Right, a 40, 80.
We can go back. You guys want to go back to 20?
Yeah, they voted. They wanted to back up one more. Then they can increase it again.
Good viewing. A lot of viewers. The last thing. Take it back a little.
Nathan Retke still on the table. Started as the short stack. We see it so often. Happened 2 weeks ago with Lee Kavanaugh, who eventually won at the Blue Wolf Casino / Cactus Jacks Open / West Acres Bowl. Let's see if Nathan Radke, we can go back to back on the short stack to winner train.
Oh, we're good to go? Start the clock. Cards running.
Attention players. The blinds have changed. The small blind is 40,000, and the big blind is 80,000. And the ante is 80,000.
I have 2.1 behind.
Hey, Maximilian, when you're not in a hand, stop over for a second.
It is more expensive than it's more expensive than ever to play. Lines are at 40, 80, 80. It's going to start really pushing the action here for not just our short stacks, but get into one big hand that isn't all in, and you're left severely chunked. So we'll see how these players handle these blind levels.
Exciting, yeah. I mean, I suppose. Exciting is the word.
Four raised. 200,000.
Max Bechdahl with Jack King offsuit raised to 200,000. That was once a massive raise. That is now about the standard. Jared Strode's going to re-raise to 425,000. I told you earlier, Jared is not afraid to be aggressive, put a large amount of chips on the table. Max, that looks like folding behavior. If you run this back and see this, kind of can see your displeasure with the hand. You could use that for an advantage in the future, but Jared, I'm sure, felt pretty confident that you were going to fold there.
No, but I think I pulled the king. It was a king something. I saw the king. I was like, put another one.
Equal raise, huh?
thinking about it.
I thought about it for a second.
2 players.
That's stupid.
Little girl. We walk by.
Max Bechtel now ace jack offsuit. It's going to raise it up. 180,000, the minimum. I'm going to fold around to Michael, who will fold as well. So Max Bechtel will be scooping up the blinds and antes. Every time you do that, you get 200K extra in your chip stack. So these hands are not to be taken lightly. It is significant for, I think, all these chip stacks, 200K, especially Michael Dane. He's got 6.4 big blinds left. He's going to be looking for a spot to be going all in, and that's going to be coming up real quick. Michael's in the small blind currently.
I'm not even noticing it just because it's just so clear. There's 5 people.
I think that's a raise by Nathan to 175,000. It's an easy fold. These players, Max is he's gonna tango at the old 6-9 suited. 10 king 2. Max checks. Nathan checks. 3 of clubs on the turn. Check, check. 9 on the river. Max will pair his 9s. Looks like a check, check, and Max is going to scoop in another hand of blinds and antes. Max nearing that 2 million in chips mark. It's a big mental accomplishment to know that you have over 2 mil in chips. Kind of call off a lot of stacks and still have enough to be dangerous.
Oh, you got down to what, 3 bigs yesterday?
He always believes.
Got down to 3 bigs today.
Yeah, I said Chase, I was just talking about you. I said, you know, getting super low. We've seen people spin it back, and then we were talking about you. You're like the best at it.
Eric Kimball, perhaps his mind is not feeling all right. Needs some more topical ointment. Just folds. Big slick. Don't think that's wrong.
Try the baker's feet.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever seen, you know, Eric might be, you know what he's trying. We've got a short stack at the table. This is the only explanation I have, is we have a short stack at the table and he doesn't want to be the one to take him out. I mean, when you get the cards, though, you have to push the issue. You can't wait around, especially this late in the game. Try to steal the blinds and antes is like worst case scenario if you raise there. Jared will call for 40,000 more. Nathan will check his option. Flop comes jack, deuce, deuce. Jared checks. Nathan checks.
Players say, I gotta send my server home.
5 on the turn.
If we could close our tabs with her and give her a great tip.
Check, check on the turn.
And
10 on the river. Jared Strode gets the check mark, but we'll see a check, check.
Sorry, I was distracted by the
That's Nate. In the flesh.
Jared Strode raises to 180,000. Nathan and Eric both call. Nathan and Eric in the small and big blind respectively. And also respectful. Flop comes 4, queen, 5. Nathan pairs his 5. But we will check around. 4 on the turn. Nathan's gonna put some chips in the middle here. It's like 205 or something. Eric folds. Jared folds.
You're good at that, though, guys.
That's on me. I let him hit.
That's why Mo calls it. Make me mad. I like that one. You don't like that one? I don't know why. You just like Nasty Nate better? I think it's just because it's like
I mean, when you can get it through 75% of the time, you might as well. I'll catch you eventually.
Yep. Math's not an important skill in poker.
Punching off.
Max Bechtel with pocket 9s is going to raise to 220.
It's basically irrelevant.
Just guess.
Eric with ace 5. It's going to shove all in. Michael's like, yeah, that's an easy fold for me, but it's really putting Max in a tough spot. He's like, what do you do? Did he run into a bigger pocket pair? Eric doesn't, he's got 1.2. Eric doesn't have to shove. He has the luxury of waiting for that premium hand, so Eric really putting the pressure on Max if this pre-flop raise is legitimate or not. think he's all in for 1220. But he's all in for 1210. Max being sent to the think tank here. He's going to count it out at least. 990,000 to call. Probably knows at best it's a coin flip if he turns him over. If he does make the call, Eric is going to need to hit an ace and an ace only. And he does make the call. Wow. Max Bechtel. He's a player, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to call pocket nines. Eric Kimball, ace five, tournament life at risk. Max will have just over 700,000 left over if he does not fade an ace and an ace only. 7-4-4 on the flop. Max, 79% favorite to win right now. Needs to fade one of three outs, and that is an ace. Turn is a 10 of spades. That opens up more outs for Eric. He needs to now fade an ace or a spade. Ace or spade is what Eric is cheering for. Your river is a 9 of hearts. And with that, Max gets a full house and will eliminate Eric Kimball in 5th place. Max Bechtel, 3.3 million in chips. Huge hand, great call. Eric Kimball will be eliminated and taking home $1,800. Ladies and gentlemen, and then there were four. Next person to be eliminated will take home $2,200. Michael Dane's folding of King Queen now, not looking so dumb. Just got a pay jump here and didn't have to do anything for it, just had to fold. Effectively, by folding that King Queen, Michael just made $400 minimum. Max Bechtel now chip leader, 3.3 million. Wow. We'll see if the writing's on the wall for Michael. He's going to need to double up twice in order to be back in this game. Jared Strode looking down at pocket sevens.
No, that's fine, that's fine.
Jared reaching for chips, going to make it 225. Nathan insta calls. King Queen. See folds from the rest of the table. So pocket sevens versus King Queen. Flop comes 6-4-3. That is a dream flop for Jared. All low cards. But with the snap call from Nathan pre-flop, got to know he didn't pair the board, but definitely probably thinking, I wonder if he's got a high pocket pair, something higher than a 7 maybe. Jared bets big and gets an instant fold from Nathan. Jared Strode now up over 3 mil in chips. And I think we're going to take a break. Okay, we're going to take another break. We'll be back very soon. We're back from a unexpected production break. Apologize for that. We got an all-in from Michael Dane. Max folds. Oh no, Jared must have called. So all in a call here from Michael. All in for 275. Easy call for a chip leader. Flop comes 9-6 king. Michael needs to hit and fade a jack or a 10 or a queen. 6 on the turn, 10 outs for Jared. To eliminate Michael Dane in 4th place, what is the river? Is a deuce. Michael Dane will survive elimination, double up. He's now at 670. Still needs to double up again if he wants some kind of a healthy chip stack. The job ain't done. So Max Bechdahl up over 3.1 with that loss from Jared. Doubling up Michael is down under that 3 million mark. Nathan Retke 1.8. Jack on the river will give Jared Strode the check mark. Make a min bet of 80,000. I think Nathan's just going to see it. Makes the call with king high and we'll lose, but actually that 80K is getting to be pretty valuable with the chip stack Nathan has right now.
8 raised to 165.
Nathan Retke raises to 165,000. We'll get the folds. Scoop in some chips. Minnesota now just down by 2 points. Now I have everyone on the camera angles. They have their own dedicated camera. I love it when this happens. Everyone folds to Max. He gets the walk. Minnesota chance to tie it up with Ant at the line. He does. With the first made free throw, Minnesota's a chance to take the lead for the first time in a long time in this game. Oh, and he got fouled on a three-pointer. 40-point effort tonight. Holy cow, Ant. You are a man. Actions on Max in the small blind. Max will make the call for 40,000 more. Jared will check his option with pocket twos. He's going to hope for a deuce on the flop. And it comes 4-8-5 Max, two pair on the flop. Let's see how he decides to play this. There's a flush draw out there. You got to be careful of that. You don't want to have him see a free card in case he's running on that. 150,000 is the bet. Jared will fold. Registration is closed on the Sunday Funday Turbo. Action on Michael first. He's going to go all in. Max has nothing. He'll fold over to Jared. It's possible to call with suited connectors, but not good enough. And Nathan will fold as well, so Michael will win that pot, and Wolves are up by 1, 108-107. Please, just win. It's not an elimination game, but being up 3-1 would be pretty good. How do you take that shot? I thought he was going to make that. Luka is just insane. We're on like a 5 or 10 second delay up here. Nathan in the small blind. Will raise. Get a fold from Michael.
I ship you home? I've never shipped it. Oh God, I'm never.
How do you get that cool little
I'm not even listening.
graphic on here where it zooms in on them? Oh. All in from Michael to call his max. Mm-mm. Double click it. Oh. Ah. We're learning. We learning. Tough call here for Max, but if he knew the hand that Michael has, he would be insta calling here. Max has been in this position before in the think tank. Opportunity to knock a player out. Both times has had the better hand. Will he make the call? He folds it. Wow. Yeah. It's all about picking and choosing your spots. Minnesota down by 2 now. Oh my God. Nathan will be first to act. Michael probably shoving again here. Yep, I'm all in. Let's see if Max has anything. No, he's going to fold. Jared folds. I can do that transition. Lines are at 40, 80, 80. Costs $200K to finance an orbit around the table. Blinds find you every 2 hands. Michael Dane again. Now pocket 9s. Mac gonna fold King Jack. Nathan will fold as well. So Michael now up over $1 million in chips. That's a little bit more of a dangerous chip stack. It is a little over 10 bigs. Max just trying not to give away this chip lead. I think it's a very respectable fold there. Okay, 50 seconds left. Wolves down by 2. Timber puppies, as they like to call them. Oh, and they tie it up with 39 seconds to go. Is it an and one? It was an and one. Max has had some premium hands here, but folding pre-flop. Maybe that is a part of the preservation of the chip lead. Jared Strode will take down that pot. Minnesota's up by 1 now. He must have missed a free throw. Just a timeout. Luka can't keep his footing. Jared folds. Nathan pocket sixes. Looks like he's raising it up. Max queen jack now in the big blind. It's raised to 205, 125,000 to call. He will make the call. Flop comes at 9-7 jack. We'll see a check. Check on the turn. 6 on the river. Oh no. Max min bet. 90,000 actually. Nathan will be calling. Yeah, he got out of there cheaply, and Nathan obviously worried about the flush as well. And a steal from Minnesota with 30 seconds on the clock. They're going to run this down. Please score. Oh, and a slip. Oh, no. Minnesota's going to lose on a frickin' slip. This game is intense. And you know what else is intense? Sleeping bags. Nathan Retke first to act. 6-7 suited connectors. Raise it up to 205. Jared Strode with ace deuce will call. Flop comes forward king deuce. Jared will pair his twos. He's got bottom pair. Nathan will bet 150. Jared makes the call. Five on the turn gives Nathan a bunch of outs, 13 to be exact. We'll see check on the turn. Queen on the river gives Jared the check mark. He'll check. Nathan looks like he's going to take a stab at it. 250. 250 with 7-6. This, I think, would be considered a hero call. Nathan trying to rep that the 5 or queen helped him out on the turn or river. Jared doing some verbal calculations. Looks like he's about to fold. This would be a huge call if he did. And he does make the call. Wow. Jared wins with a pair of twos, sending him up to 3.5 million in chips. Huge hand, Nathan, trying to be big boy on campus. Just cannot do it. Blinds go up in a minute or less. Not quite yet, though. Wow, insane call. I mean, that's a foul, but who's
But it was 900. One thing I actually didn't like having the ace in my hand because you have less ace high.
Max raises it up to 200,000 and get folds from everybody.
Attention players.
Blinds are now up 50, 100, 100. 50, 100, 100. Wow. Can you believe it? A call going Minnesota's way. I don't know how he's at. Oh, they changed it into a foul. They're in the bonus. So, wow. I didn't know you could do that in basketball now. This would be a huge free throw make from Ant, and he drills it. Lakers need a 3. And they don't get it. T-Wolves win. Jared's going to bet 220. And Nathan moves all in. Michael Dean now with King Queen is like, ugh, I wanted to do that. Michael's probably going to have to lay this down now unless he does decide just to go all in as well. Well, now we don't have to watch basketball anymore. See, folds around, and Nathan Radke will be scooping in a nice sized pot of 420,000. Is there any hockey on? We'd probably rather do hockey, huh? 5:40. It starts in 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Hockey. Yeah. All right, back to the action. Jared Strode will fold. And Max Bechtel gets a walk. Pretty quick walk there. Oh, and we turn it to hockey right when they're on. Oh, it's a flashback to a fight. God, I love fights in hockey. Oh. Nathan Radke will be first to act with a fold. Another walk here. Jared will get his big blind and ante back and then scoop in 50K for the small blind. A little bit of a lull here. Maybe a thanks to the players for giving us an opportunity to watch the conclusion of the T-Wolves game. Michael Dean will be first to act once everyone gets their cards. Again, huge thank you to Randy Bobandy for dealing like a champ. And Michael says it's time to go all in. Will he find a caller? He's almost doing it frustratingly that he can't get any calls on his all-ins. It's like he just wants the pain to end. If in fact he is feeling any pain.
When you win the blinds and then like you bet and everybody folds and you win the blinds and you're like, yeah, and then you're the big blind next hand. Dude, it's like, it's all for nothing.
It's like,
It's nice.
I got 700K and I just got 200K to throw back in. I'm fine with that.
I hear you. I hear you.
I'm fine with it. I just bought myself like 4 hands.
Finally, Max has pocket tens here.
5% of the time, don't do it.
Got something. Jared will be auto folded. He's not at the table currently. Max will raise it up to 310. Jack 4 for Nathan, or King 10 for Michael rather. Is this another all-in moment? It's already half his chip stack. You might as well just shove all in if you're going to. And he folds, not the time or place. All these players refusing to lose here, but Michael Dean, 6.7 big blinds. He's on the chopping block. He's been doing what you're supposed to, and that is shoving all in when you have a halfway decent hand, especially four-handed. You see an ace, you shove. Again, Nathan Radke coming onto the table as the short stack, slowly outlasting player after player, doubling up, becomes the chip leader, and now finds himself with just 4 people remaining. Jared Strode will raise it to 225. Everyone folds. Do not get lulled here, people. It happens so quick. All in a call. Bam, bam, bam. Done. Out, out. Watching live coverage from the DPT Spring Championship, Nathan will raise to 225. $125 more to call for Jared. He will make the call. Both players disguising the weakness of their hands. Flop comes 6, king, 7, 2 hearts. Nathan with the flush draw. Jared checks. Nathan will bet 225. Makes the call. Deuce of spades on the turn. Check from Jared. Another huge bet. I think 375 from Nathan. A lot more equity in the hand for Nathan than Jared. He will fold. Top place prize, $6,300. Not bad for a day and a half work. Next person to be eliminated will be taking home $2,200. Been in hand pay territory for quite some time now. We got a battle of the blinds here. We got a call from Jared and a check from Nathan. Flop comes 3, 4, 7. Jared will bet less than the minimum. I think he meant to grab a cranberry because you can't bet 30,000. He did not verbally say a raise though, so he's going to have to bet the minimum. He'll check 10 of hearts on the turn. And an 8 on the river will give Nathan the check mark. You know, you've got to really give it to Nathan. He's definitely being aggressive and betting a lot, getting his chips in, really testing the hand strength of a lot of these players. So a lot of credit to him for choosing his spots well. Nathan, another one of those players that's always playing poker on the weekends for tournaments. Max will be first to act this hand. We're going to have to tell Randy to give that deck an extra shuffle. Try to mix up some of the cards a little better because we're just getting nothing. Ace deuce of hearts. For Jared, Nathan will call. And what do you know? Nathan and Jared in a pot again together. Flop comes 7, 5, ace. Jared will pair his ace. Nathan middle pair with the 7. 105 is the bet and a call from Nathan. Queen on the turn, Nathan checks. Jared will check as well. These two kind of playing coy around one of another. Another queen on the river. $105 is the bet from Nathan. Jared will call and he will scoop a pot. So both these players just exchanging chips. That pot got over $1 million real quick. Jared maintaining the chip lead. Jared Strode first to act. Seeing him push the issue again here with a raise to $225,000. And he does make the call. Flop is 9 deuce king. Max will hit his king. See, he checks for deception. Jared will oftentimes like to try to steal these pots with a bet, but he does know when he's has his alarm bells going off when he thinks he's beat. So Jared will bet 105,000. Max calls 7 on the turn. Jared will pair the 7. $125 is the bet from Max. Jared sensing weakness will call. Jack on the river gives Max the check mark. No flush draws out there. No straight draws. Ah, never mind. Queen 10. Max will check. Jared, not knowing where he's at in the hand, will check as well, and Max will scoop that up for another $500,000. He is now, again, the outright chip leader, 3.4 mil. Jared down to just under 3 mil. Max choosing his spots wisely on when it's time to shove the issue. No, they're at 50, 10, 100, 100. They're good. Blinds still at 50, 100, 100. Once we get down to heads up, the big blind ante is removed.
Oh, well, can't even drink it. Can't drink it.
Step away. I mean, how long did you get? There's nobody behind
There's not a
you.
lot of foot traffic, so you probably just head on the floor behind you. That'd be all right.
Calls, 100.
So you have pocket threes on the hand. Big three is over there.
Ripping threes.
Ripping threes.
8 or 7 checks is option. 2 plays.
Make it this far. Nah, come on. We've been on TV all day. I mean,
You kind of forget about it.
oh, for sure. You know, it's funny because I remember like the first couple times I was on stream, it's like, now it's like I don't even notice this shit.
Thank you.
Well, you didn't take much time to think about that, did you? Shitty river. I feel like you limped to trap too.
Yeah.
Damn, bro. Glad I got out of there. And you had the flush draw? Or the flush too? Oh, boy.
He had all.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Aggression pays off till it doesn't.
Yeah, just for fun. It's honestly
Like the
Well, how long did I mute my dang mic for? Yeah.
Have you heard this commentator?
cheese, take it
I'm
easy.
gonna dummy proof myself. No, I don't think so either.
I mean, hey, right here.
Yeah. I might have said that loud enough.
Must have just muted the mic because I had to cough or something. All right, Michael Dane would be first to act. It's actually way too hard to commentate with the slight delay and echo in my ear. Michael will be going all in. Michael Dean. .370 left in his hand. He's been absolutely obliterated from the blinds. Michael hasn't done much. He's now in that all in or nothing situation. Let's see what Nathan has. King 7. $270 more to call. Looks like he will make the call. Does make the call. There it is. Okay, Ace 5 versus King 7. Michael Dean's tournament life at stake here. Flop comes King 4-6. Turn card is a 5. Michael will pairs 5 now. He's got 5 outs, an ace or a 5 though. And it's a jack on the river. That's going to send Michael Dean packing. Nathan Retke will be eliminating Michael in 4th place. He'll be taking home $2,200. Where did he go? There he is. Payout. Now we have a dedicated flop cam. Isn't that nice? Nathan just doing the dirty work the other players can't do. Jared Strode first to act will fold. Nathan will call. Max will likely check his option. And he's going to raise it up. 350 and Nathan will fold.
Dana, would you mind pausing the clock?
Yep.
Thanks, Dana. You're the best, Dana.
Oh, that's good. Of course, like a wire.
And he's got another hand shuffled up to deal. We are 3-handed now on our DPT Spring Championship. These players are reluctant to go. Nathan needs to scan his cards, but he will raise it up to 250. Everyone folds, so no harm, no foul. All right, and we are going to take a quick 5-minute break, and we'll be back right after that. And we're back from a quick little 5-minute break. Players needed just a moment to empty things. You know, the range of the hands these players should be playing, I would believe, would go up at this point. Three-handed, you see a high-value card, and it's probably time to push the issue, either raise or we're not quite in all-in territory. Soon enough, it'll happen, though.
Can I run back and forth?
Tyler tried to do that and got his leg and just punished him. That's the final table when he tried to do that one. He wanted to play the series, you know? And he should have, he would have done so much.
Nathan will raise it up to 225. Some might call that a string bet unless he verbally said he was betting that amount. He had other chips in his hand over the betting line. But, you know, it's fine.
Good job, man. Congrats, bro. You played great. I couldn't get a read on you this whole time. You just keep pounding my blinds. They both of you.
Nice cut by Randy. Oh, yeah. Gotta love it.
And you came to my table yesterday, too. I was all stone cold with you. I was just joking, and he was like, oh, shit, Max was serious.
Nathan will be first to act. Looking down at King 2. He's going to fold. In the small blind, Jack 7 for Max. He'll make the call. Jared will check his option. Flop comes 6-4 deuce. Max checked. Jared bets an undisclosed amount, and Max will fold. Some other fun little things around the bar. You got Elvis Presley up there. Elvis Presley Boulevard. But we are back to the action. Max will fold, Jared bets, or it's he'll call. Try to see a flop here. Jared Strode with the Cowboys. He's going to bet 105,000. Seems to be the going rate around here at this time. Jack on the turn. 2 flush draws out there. I think Jared's going to want to bet maybe a little bit more, just to make sure that if they do hit the flush, they'll be paying to see it. 325 is the bet, and that's exactly the case there. Make them pay to see the river. Get a chip count maybe, see how close of a card game we have here. So 3.1, 2.9, and Nathan at 2.4. Max Bechdahl holding on to that lead. All it takes is one big hand for someone to get chunked or put him in an all-in or nothing position. Got 11 minutes left on this blind level. I think it goes up to 75, 150, 150 after this. Nathan will raise to 225. in a fold from Max.
I gotta get on my feet. And then you can ride your boat. Don't get ahead of yourself.
Here, we'll showcase another one of the fish tanks. Not as glamorous as the one nearby, but see a little dazzle of the yellow fish in there. One fish, two fish, blue fish, yellow fish, I think is how the nursery rhyme goes.
Then you can throw it in your box with all the other tournament trophies, all the trophies and the Tournament of Champions trophy, and throw it in the closet.
Yeah, that's pretty much, unfortunately, that's pretty much where that stuff winds up.
It's just bragging rights for down the road.
Yeah.
Button 4, 7, 8, 50, 100, 100, 4, bring it again.
Max will start things off here. Raise it up to 250. Jared Strode, Queen Jack. Jared 3 bets to 480. Max ain't going anywhere for that price. Finally have a nice sized pot. Pre-flop 1.1 mil. Flop comes 3, 10, 3. Oh my gosh, Max flops trips. You will bet 350. 325. Check. What? Turn is a 4 of hearts. Huge bet here from Jared to the tune of 560. $560 is the bet from Jared. This is not good because Max has got trip threes. Max playing a little bit of an acting game here, fidgeting a little bit, making sure Jared sees that he is maybe not loving the bet, but he makes the massive call. This pot is worth $2.6 million. Turn is a river is a 2 of hearts. Jared first act. Cannot see him continuing this story of betting big. Jared moves all in, insta-call by Max. Oh my gosh, just like that. Wow. Max Beckdahl. Insta-call trip threes on the flop. Jared continuing this aggressive line. Little does he know, he is absolutely crushed. Jared Strode, I believe, is eliminated in third place. We'll see. Gonna just make sure. All right, and that does it. Jared Strode will be eliminated in third place. Great showing by the man from Edgeley. Max Beckdahl is the man right now. And then there were two, ladies and gentlemen, and then there were two. Max riding high right now. Just 0. Oh. So Max now with a massive chip lead. He's going to probably have like 8 or 9 million. Ante is out. Max has a lot of chips. And as always, when it comes down to heads up, there's always a huge debate over who is the big and who is the small blind. There's another fish tank. The fish are refracted. Oh, there's one at the bottom there. Fish are refracted in the glass. There's our third fish tank in Haggie's Bar and Grill. Flop comes at 6 deuce 5. Nathan checks or bets 100,000. Max will fold. Jared coming up to congratulate Max and maybe exchange some words through that hand like, dude, I can't believe I didn't see that you had the threes or some strong hand. Dana's going to be doing some chip stack maintenance.
Little bump, little bump.
Max will raise it to 200,000. Less than a minute left on this hand, or this blind level. Nathan will raise it up and Max will fold.
Attention players.
I don't know if that technically counts as Randy shuffling or.
Blind is 150,000. And the ante is 150,000.
We are raising it up to 75, 150.
You played great, mate. Really good first half. I had the hand, bro. I had that 10-7.
Little Rough Rider situation.
Rough Rider, baby. The Rough Rider. Jerry Sorrell.
So and then there were two. You've got Nathan Retke, who was the short stack coming into the final table, now sitting at minimum in second place, guaranteed $4,400. And then there's Max Beckdahl, came in with he was like third in chips coming into the final table. Has hit hand after hand, making absolutely sick calls to find himself in this position. Max 5.7 million in chips. It's going to raise to 300,000. Nathan will call. Flop comes Queen Ace 7. Max with a set. He'll bet 100,000. Nathan will fold.
Lines are up there with 150, but doesn't matter. 7 bet 150, 8 fold, 7 bet 4 bet.
Michael Dean out in fourth place. Great showing. Came into the final table second in chips. Coasted along. Laddering up on that the payout board and finds himself in fourth place. Eric Kimball made a great showing. Second last to last in chips coming onto the final table. I think was second in chips for a little bit and then eventually met his demise. Nathan will raise to 350,000. Max will call. King 5-3, open ender for Max. Both check. 8 on the turn. Max has 14 outs. Deuce 4, 7, 6. And the river is another 3. Gives Nathan the check mark. Max will check.
I'm like, that river card actually looks pretty good, I think.
Here's what we're playing for. Part of it, at least. Both the Spring Championship trophy and $6,300.
You know how nice it'd be if you didn't have that chip in your hand? Like that one? Yeah, like just that.
Really upped our trophy game into this. Nice plaque. Anyone would be proud of displaying in their trophy room or man cave or maybe right above their nightstand. Can relive the glory days. Max calls for 75,000. Nathan will check his option.
All right, poker players.
Flop comes 7, 10, 8.
Shut down the kitchen. We will have pizzas. Does anybody want
We see a check, check.
a special before I close?
10 on the turn. Nathan bets 175. Max will call. And an ace on the river. Max actually pairs his ace. Make it 425. Oh no, Nathan. Got some bad news for you. You just lost to the river. Max now 3 times the amount of chips that Nathan has.
Happy, bro. I like to play post flop. No reads on me, brother.
Be really interested to know. Max has kind of been in control of this table for the last hour or so. Knocked out 3 players. He knocked out Dylan, knocked out Eric Kimball, and then most recently knocked out Jared Strode.
I haven't had him once. And the times I've had kings, twice. I've never lost aces. 50-50 with kings. I have no aces, and I think I'm 50-50 with queens.
Flop comes at 9, ace 7. Max will pair his 9s. Nathan pairs his 7. Max bets 150. Nathan calls. 10 on the turn.
Ooh, I can check that.
It's now a flush draw out there. Max and Nathan both check. And a 7 on the river will give Nathan the check mark, actually. Trip 7s. So Max just rivers Nathan, and Nathan on the very next hand rivers Max. I'd say karma has been evened out on that. Question is, who will strike first again?
Ace 9 is the only time where I was all in, and I was actually behind also.
Total live earnings for Max Beckdahl based on Hendon Mob. 21,620. Best live cash is 7K. All-time money list in the U.S. He's 54,112th. He's 250th in all-time North Dakota money list. And he's the 208,603rd most popular player in the world. Nathan will call for 75,000 max. Just looking down at a cool pocket aces. He'd love to get it all in right there. Flop is deuce 10-4. Max will check. Nathan just a 2% chance to win this hand. And Nathan's going to bet 225. Max looking for a big raise, 550. Oh. Taking whether or not Nathan takes first or second place, this will be his best live cash. Currently sitting at $3,150 as his best live cash, and total earnings 25K. Has the slight edge on Max for North Dakota's all-time money list at 193rd. Nathan is 44,647th on the all-time money list in the U.S. and is the 375,297th most popular poker player in the world. I'm not on there. I don't think I've ever won a poker game in my life. Fortunately, home games aren't counted on Hendon Mob. Nathan folds and we get a walk. Still sitting at about 3 times Nathan's chip stack. No. Got 7 players remaining on the Sunday Fun Day Turbo event. Could see something here with, if we get another heart on the board, we'll see a check, ace on the turn. Nathan verbally checks. Max will check as well. An 8 of hearts on the river. Nathan bets, I think it's just 150,000. 175. Max will raise to 350. And your boy's getting paid. So there we are. Max will get near that 7 million chip mark. Just chips are going his way right now, and that's towards him.
I almost ripped it, but that's too much. You might get away from it. But
And on to hand number 177, Nathan Retke with King 10. I think he's going to raise it up. to 325. Max will make a quick call.
Now it's 325. 4 call 325.
Pot swells to 650.
Check.
5 jack deuce. Nathan bets 250.
Bluffing, dude. Bluffing.
Max doesn't hold any hearts. Too much going away. Going not against him
That one card.
to call that. If Max had a heart, maybe he would go for it. Nathan now over 2 million, so they're kind of back to where they were. 2 million, 6 million.
Don't back down.
Do not sleep though, ladies and gentlemen. This could all be over in one hand. I want to thank all 55 of you watching live on YouTube right now. Go ahead, hit that subscribe button. We're just sitting at 357 and have been all day. Nathan will raise it up. 325. Good thing about these guys is they're at least playing some poker. They're not just waiting for some premium hands. Kind of doing some gut checks. And Max is going to fold. Nathan staring down a mountain of chips in front of Max.
Me? No. You've seen the rounders, right? Chop your leg off on my first hit.
Nathan now pocket queens. Raised to 325 and Max will fold.
This guy, he keeps waking up with hands, bro. Queens? Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to show it.
I almost ripped it there, dude. Jack high.
Max said he almost was about to rip it there. That would have been devastating. Evening out the playing field here quite a bit in chips.
I was watching his eyes. I was watching his eyes too, and like, I didn't know if he was trying to.
Max giving some insight into his poker plays. Said I was watching his eyes. Said, what, you got queens or something? And Nathan flips over queens.
Really? I learned my lesson.
Back to back. Now Max has kings.
Then you got lucky, but he hadn't limped all day. 4 bet, 325,000. 8 call, 325.
Nathan suited connectors. We'll go 2 ways to the flop after a raise to 325. Nathan does make the call, and he's ace deuce on the flop. Check, check. 10 on the turn. Nathan checks. Max will bet 200K. And he shows the kings. He's like, yeah, I got him.
I've been waiting for these hands.
Yeah, but that's not good for student connectors.
They're coming, baby.
You know, I would have loved that to see like a nice,
Whack me on the flop.
yes, nice, awesome student connector.
Nathan now just at 2 million in chips. All it takes is one hand, and we're going to have an all-in and a call.
Yeah, finally the cards
They're getting good.
they're finding their way to the talent. They're finally making their way to the talent.
And a potential winner here. Nathan quick calls for 75K more with 7-4 suited. Max will raise it up to 475. Nathan will fold.
Play for it all there, bro.
Definitely a risk in calling out of the small blind with pretty bad hands. I mean, if there's any kind of raise there, you're definitely folding and kind of losing an extra 75K in chips. But Nathan now under 2 million. Max just trying to chip away ever so slightly at Nathan until he just has to make the decision to go all in. Yeah. Give that deck an extra special shuffle, Randy.
You had aces earlier today, and I raised, and Eric Kimball re-raised me, and I
225 is in the pot to start every single time. Max wins a couple in a row and sitting pretty good.
I was like, I felt so good. At least you didn't have kings though, because if you had kings, you would have gotten me.
Nathan does make the call again.
Raising you? What? So were you trying to fold everything when I was raising you?
No, I'm all in.
Max is going to shove all in.
I can't now, right?
Force it all in.
And Nathan will fold.
Your juice 3 is good.
Deuce 3, you think that I'm good enough to play deuce 3?
Max has been the chip leader for quite some time now, especially after knocking out 3 players.
One. Decent. Dead man's hand.
I had 6, 7. I had 6, 7 a lot. Oh, now heads up. Suited. Almost every time it's suited too.
This is that 5-6, made a straight flush. That's in there.
Max now with king queen.
It's pretty sick. On the string. 3 1/4.
He's going to raise it up to 325. Nathan will make the call. You know, you can't fault Nathan or Max for not trying to get some action going.
Check, dude. More checking.
Try to trap on the turn.
Oh, wow. You strapped, bro.
Nathan wins with does get the straight after all. Little update on the West Fargo Rural Fire Department raffle drawing. It will not be happening in 20 minutes. It is postponed for a little over a month to May 30th. So $12,000 first place prize. So make sure to get those tickets. Got some bonus time here. Purchase some raffle tickets. $1,000 second place prize. Nine guns, a bunch of $500 and $200 winners.
Just notice I have not said all in yet. Not with you and me. I'm waiting for it though. I'm waiting for the moment you say all in and I'm like, yup, let's go.
Well, then you're not
You're
saying.
75.
You gotta say all in.
I'll
and
say
then I
it.
can go.
Nathan crawling back up over 2 million, barely.
So quickly.
Oh no. Look at my 20 back.
Max will raise it up to 325 again. Nathan will make the call. 9-5 versus 6-2. Nine, 5-3 on the flop. Max 2 pair. Nathan checks. He's not waiting around. He'll bet 250. And a fold from Nathan. Max 155K away from 7 million in chips. Chip counts might be slightly off. It should all be divisible by 25 as we took all the blues off the table. Happened a little bit ago. Nathan now pocket tens. He's going to raise to 325 and all into the call. All right. A little bit more than a coin flip. Nathan Redke in the lead to begin. Max, king, queen. Your flop is deuce in the window. 4-8. Max is going to need to hit a king or a queen. A 6-outer. Can the fireworks stay alive? A 6 on the turn gives Max a ton more outs. He's got a flush draw now, too. Club or king or queen? Club, king or queen for the win. And it is a 7 of spades. Oh, I couldn't tell from Max's reaction. He's animated in the best way possible. Nathan Redke will double up. Max saw the black card, thought it was a club, but no, it was a spade. Wow, so now Nathan Redke will double up. Max is just ready for this to be over. He's hoping to catch fire one more time. Nathan now 2/5, 3/5 of Max's chip stack.
No, he's the last loser.
This game it is. This game it is. But I don't want to be a loser.
He's the last loser.
How much do you have now? Jeez.
Like 7.
Coming up on our 7th hour of playing, Max will raise to 325. And he's got pocket aces now. Shucks. It stings a little bit. You'd love to have this be the all-in hand. It's just like give Nathan a decent hand to call or go all in with. Just do it. Wouldn't that be sweet to win with pocket aces? Dana going to do a little bit of little chip maintenance. Nathan will call, or it might be a raise to 325, and Max is going to go all in. He's got kings. What is going on? Oh, he folded.
I haven't got a fucking hair yet. All those 10s, I mean, that's it. But
Thankfully, Nathan folded before I got all excited. What? Why would I get that excited? Nathan at 9-8. What am I thinking? He called there? No way. So aces, then kings. 2 hands in a row for Max. Are the poker gods telling him something, or what? Max just going to fold his 4 deuce. Nathan just folds 10-4. Roger that. Max will fold his 9 deuce. Nathan has a premium hand.
They all made up chips right now. Just back and forth. Fold, fold, fold. That's quiet.
Man pushed that. Man pushed button.
Max still the chip leader, though, after doubling up Nathan. And Nathan folds again.
Get you.
Thinking the same thing. Slowly.
Had to. I gotta grind it out again. Those 10s came through, bro.
Sunday Fun Day Turbo's still going. They're down to their final table. Looks to be 3, 4, 5 people left.
I just want to see a flop. Yeah. Board. Good shot.
Max with the flush draw. Nathan with the 6. Max has 12 outs. Nathan reaching for chips. Probably like 600,000. And Max will fold. He does not want to risk that all on a flush draw. King high. Still 7 players remaining in the Sunday Fun Day Turbo event. First place over there gets $2,100. Top 5 get paid. And Nathan will give Max a walk again. And that's what we're playing for, the trophy and $6,300 on the line. Second place gets $4,400. Max will raise it up to 325. All in from Nathan and a quick fold from Max. Sounds like actually they're down to the final 5 over there at the Sunday Fun Day Turbo. Just heard Justin Smith announce, "All right, you guys, you are all in the money." Nathan 10-4 suited, I think makes the call. Max will raise it to 450. Nathan will call as well. This is probably unlike most final tables. Final 2 we see is players actually willing to exchange chips. Flop comes 6-3 queen. Check, check. 9 on the turn. Bet of 300,000 or 400,000 from Max will net him the win, getting back up to 5 million in chips. I want to thank all the players that came out to play in this MEGASTACK 100K $300 buy-in DPT Spring Championship event. 85 players began this tournament.
Only 7?
Only 2 remain, Max Beckdahl and Nathan Retke.
I know. Not for long.
Raise from Max and a fold from Nathan. You know, we've seen these final tables, final 2, where it's no aggression, just folding and folding and folding, and everyone's just waiting for a premium hand. You cannot do that heads up. You see an ace, you're betting, you're being aggressive. You got a pocket pair, you're being extra aggressive. I'd say more times than not, these players are betting pre-flop. Even Nathan's trying to call some raises with pretty terrible cards, trying to see a flop and catch something. Max 6-5 will raise to 350. And a fold. Oh, all in a fold from Max. You're doing what you should do. See an ace, go all in. There's a little bit of poker to be played when it's heads up, but can't always. Gotta just kind of go for it at times. Oh, yeah. 9-7 suited. Nathan raises to 375. Max will call. So these guys are definitely exchanging chips back and forth. 3-7 deuce, 2 spades. Nathan bets 425, Max folds. Getting to be more even in chips. Max with the slight edge. 4.5 to 3.9.
Say my number matters. I just keep seeing the glimmer of that trophy, you know, right next to you.
About even.
Or slightly more.
Is that more even?
I don't know if we do.
4 raised to 350.
Max 10-5 suited. He's going to raise it up. Nathan will call for 200,000. 4-4-5. Max does get the fives. Nathan will check. Raise the bet the 250. And Nathan will fold.
Yeah, that'll speed it up. That will indeed get you to your bed sooner.
Attention players. This level will end in 1 minute.
Might have one more hand at this blind level, otherwise it'll be going up to 100, 200,000. Nathan will raise to 325. Max will call. Nine, 6, 8 is the flop. Max pairs his sixes. See a check, check. 3 on the turn. $275 is the bet, and Nathan calls. Another 6 on the river. Max will shove all in and Nathan will fold, so
Blinds have changed. The small blind is 100,000 and the big blind is 200,000.
blinds will be up this hand. 100,000, 200,000, no big blind ante. Probably be playing primarily in cranberry chips at this point. Max has actually won this tournament before in 2023 for $7,000. So Max runs hot at Haggie's. Max getting some cowboys, getting some action out of Nathan pre-flop.
I thought I recall. That's okay. This is my death here. Dana, I recall. He did 4 or 5 offsuit.
Max getting back to about where he was. Both him and Nathan were to start this heads-up battle, 600K to 200K. Nathan now just 13 big blinds with 2 million in chips.
My buddy Danny Chang, you might have heard his name.
Huh?
Danny Chang. Danny Chang, you know him? Oh no, Danny Chang. He's a really little guy.
Nathan will raise to 400,000. Max will call. Flop comes all diamonds, jack, 8 deuce. Max checks. Nathan will bet. And a fold. Nathan will hit a 7 on the flop. Nathan will bet 350,000 in a fold from Max. Sounds like we're going to take a quick 5. No, we're not. Nathan has done, he's got a couple final tables on his DPT profile. Took 8th at the Windbreak Black Chip Bounty event last November. For $1,100. Placed 5th RPT State Championship Flight D, so that's just bagging to the next day. Really not much else, so total winnings $1,965 for Nathan. It's already the the best he's ever done, and this is why you come here week after week. Flop comes at 5, deuce 5. Nathan trip 5s. We'll see a check, check. Jack on the turn, check. 200,000 is the bet from Max, and a smooth call from Nathan. Trying to extract a little bit more value out of this hand, hoping Max can catch a little bit more of this. $600,000 is the bet from Nathan. All in at a call. Oh no. We're gonna have a flip flop on chip leader here. Just like that, Max thinking might get one over here on Nathan. He's just kind of being aggressive. And no, Nathan now in the commanding lead, 6.6 million in chips.
There, Nate.
We're gonna try.
Nate all smiles now, as he now would be the favorite to win this tournament. Remember, Nathan Retke was in the last place coming into the final table with just 260,000 in chips. Now has 6.67 million. Max now back against the wall, under 10 big blinds.
But it would be nice. No, maybe I don't even want to picture of him. Nate, I think you're good.
Raise it up to 500,000. Max will fold his queen two.
All I can say is what a run. What? Started at the table in 9 fucking plays. You? Yeah. Brought in 400.
You got the sucker, right?
Yeah, I think 400 less than 400,000 less than 8th place in chips. And I was like, oh.
Finally got some good hands when it's heads up and I get no action. Oh yeah, like 10 bigs, alright.
Max will call for 200,000. Raise it up to 400,000. Max will call again. 7-3 deuce. Nathan checks. Got an all-in from Max and a call from Nathan. All right, Nathan just needs to fade. Well, he needs to hit a 6. He's got a 3-outer here. 5 on the turn gives Nathan a couple more outs, a 6 or a 4. 6 or a 4 on the river's an ace, and Max Bechdahl will double up through Nathan Retke. He's going to have 3.3 million in chips. Man, these two have just been slugging it out. Neither one wants to give the other the championship.
Check it. Should be good. But I'm very tired.
Max Bechdahl has life again.
That's not the worst.
I think when
So you're the small on the button?
He would just fix that rail.
I'm just trying to figure out how many Max's chips put up.
Oh, no, he was big. 200.
The rail is just, it's pushed towards him, so this is like, the rail is behind the edge. Maybe Dana can do that, or they can do it down there. We're back at it, Nate. King 10 offsuit.
Heaven prevails. Let's go. RPT.
Gonna raise it up. $450,000. Max will call. Flop comes at 9, ace queen. And get a check check. 9 on the turn.
Two win. Play the board.
Nathan hits the 10, not that he needed it, but he's got 2 pair ace kicker. This guy's not afraid to exchange chips, that's for sure. Max will call. Nathan checks. If a king comes out on this board, we're going to see an all-in and a call. Nathan bets 200,000. Raised to 400 and a call. Six would be a chop. 10 on the turn. And Max will shove all in. We'll see a call here from Nathan, folks. This could be it. Nathan has 17 outs. A lot of them are chop opportunities.
Deuce dealer. Give me a deuce.
And it is a 6. And it'll be a chop pot for these two. 14 hours, 17 outs. Yeah, he's probably going to hit that. Max would have loved to have that swing his way and flip-flop chip leader.
Needed a deuce. That's up pair, bigger kicker.
These two just absolutely refuse to let the other win. It's been a battle for the ages, though. Super fun to see these two slug it out. It's not just fold, 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 fold. They've really been trying to see flops, put chips in the middle. They both understand the assignment. Nathan raise and Max will fold. We'll just see a fold for Max.
What up, Sean? Hey, Sean. You working? Let me ask you something after this hand.
Randy's been an absolute rock star dealing this final table right along with everyone. No break Randy is what they call him. Raised to 450, Max will call. Queen Jack 3 on the flop. Check, check, 5 on the turn. And Nathan will fold. Max 2.8 mil in his chip stack. I think they're just taking quick little drink breaks, respecting the rules of the table. No drinks on the table.
Need to lean on you a little bit more. Just a little bit more.
Oh, these guys just want to get going, you know.
So nitty over there. So nitty. Don't stick in any money.
Call and a raise, I think, here from Nathan. Call from Max.
Oh my gosh, when I have good hands.
This guy's definitely like the raise pre-flop and a call with anything. It really doesn't matter. 10 in the window. 9-6. Check from Nathan. 400,000 from Max and a call from Nathan.
Tell me you got a piece of that with your wallet?
8 on the turn. Gives Max 2 pair. It's going to be all in. And a fold from Nathan. Max clawing his way back. 3.8 mil in his chip stack now.
Probably, yeah. Yeah.
Just 900,000 off from Nathan's chip lead.
Alright. Thanks, Bill.
These two just do not want to go away. They're just big battle. All in from Max.
What'd you raise? Wanna see what I went on?
Nathan raises to 400.
Hey, give me the
Max shoves all in.
Give him the 400.
Now,
I fold.
Max about 50,000. We're basically dead even on the chip stacks. If the count is correct, Nathan's still with the slight edge. Could be any one of these hands now where it happens. Max pocket sevens. He's going to call in a check from Nathan. Nathan 10-4, roger that. 5-6 jack on the flop. 200,000 is the bet and a fold from Nathan. Now Max overtaking the lead in chips.
playing you heads up. Well, no, it's just because like I was totally just like waiting for you to see me the other day. I was like, do you want to come
No matter what, this will be Nathan's biggest cash. And Max is trying to win his second DPT tournament at Haggie's. Max will check the option after a call from Nathan. This could be it, folks. Check, check. 5 on the turn. 4 hearts out there. Check, check, and a 9. Everyone's got a flush. Play the board. They laughed. Yes, they are. Don't let it lull you to sleep, folks. It could happen at any time. Certainly
played good. You did it.
not getting lulled myself.
There's a little like a little bit of heightened thing going into it, like today, but I'm like, I'm gonna make it 500.
Call from Nate.
I just said I have nothing to lose, and if we live in the money, I'm like, I'm good. I don't want to care.
Not trying to like that.
Oh boy. Check, check. 3 on the turn. Call from Max. Definitely scared of that ace. Another deuce. And now Nathan retakes the lead again. This has been major flip-flops. At least like 3 or 4 lead changes, if not more. Both these guys just refusing to get all in, though. $6,300 up top. That's what we're playing for. Raised to 400,000, and Max will call. Ace 5 Jack. This will be an easy fold for Max. We've been heads up for nearly an hour now.
Same one you had last time? Did you turn it in?
I've had that card 3 hands in a row. Ace of clubs.
Throw an extra ripple in there. Out. Button 8 at 102.
I'm all in.
Max announces he's all in. He's had enough of this. Nathan will fold.
Back to even.
Got a call and a check here. 7-7 deuce. Max pairs the deuce. 200,000 is the bet. And a fold from Nathan.
Every time it comes on, I like seeing it.
Don't forget to like and subscribe on that YouTube channel. Still at 357. You guys are not doing any work. Help get us up to 360. Just need 3 of you guys to do it. You'll be notified of all of our live streams and hype videos. Got a call from Nathan and a check from Max. 9-10-9 on the flop. Check, check. Deuce on the turn. Bet of 300,000 and a call. 200,000. Another deuce on the river. 400,000 is the bet and a fold from Nathan.
What do you think? All in dark next 3 hands?
Good selling point though.
Come on!
Dude, what the heck? Right here.
Oh, is he? Well, yeah, he's probably. He just slays. Goes, get him, man. Long max up. That guy. Oh,
Max raised to 400,000. Nathan will call. Queen 5 versus Ace 6. We got 10-9-9 on the flop.
I'll check it.
Check, check.
Probably have the same cards.
Max will bet 200,000. Nathan will fold.
There's a couple hands in this tournament where, bro, I made like some sick little bluffs.
I had one where it's like a bet and someone raised me and I'm re-raising a bluff.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I'm like, really? I'm re-raising bluffs right now? Like,
I tried them against you. Doesn't matter. Molesting me. We're back in bobbing and weaving territory here.
Nathan, Rutke, Ace Queen offsuit, and a fold after a raise.
I didn't mean it.
yeah, damn, we can be friends. I'm just kidding.
How much time left on this blind level?
I guess I call.
About 13 minutes left on this blind level. I think it goes to 150, 300, 300 pretty quick. If we don't end it on this blind level, next blind level should be the last one. Pocket nines for Max. He's going to call. We'll see a check here from Nate. Jack, King, 8. Bet and a fold. Max 3.6 now. Nathan 4.9. Guys are just kind of coasting here.
In like 12 minutes. If you don't mind, I'll hook you up. I appreciate it. I'm out. Fresh out of cigarettes. We're gonna take like 5 minutes after this level. Gotta get my nicotine stuff off. Yeah, Nate's got my anxiety through the roof over here, dude. I don't know when he's gonna call. I don't know when he's gonna raise. I don't know when he's gonna fold, bro. Make it 5.
A raise to 500,000. Call from Nathan. Ace 3-5. 200,000 is the bet and a call. Jack on the turn. That's $1 million bet right there. 800,000. 4 outer for Max. If he hits a king, it's all over. It's an 8.
I'm gonna have to go all in.
And he's going to go all in, folks. This is going to be it. Snap call from Nathan. I don't see why. Although there is the flush. Going to ask for a count. Folks, if Nathan calls, he will be your DPT Spring Champion. Question is, did Max hit the flush or did he not? There's only one way to tell. That would be to call.
As long as you want. I need to
This is a huge hand right now. Be the biggest bluff of Max's life. That looks like folding behavior right there. And he folds. Oh my gosh.
You had it, bro. You called it. The trophy's yours. Big dog.
Nathan folds. Max is now the chip leader. Max bluffs Nathan like a boss.
That's what I'm like, but you're, I mean, you're scamming. I don't have a strong enough kicker, so.
Right.
So I'm like, if we could just like not go crazy, it'd be good.
Wow. Nathan kicking himself. He could have ended the tournament right then and there. Max Beckdahl now in the lead. I think that's like our 5th lead change.
Look, what's TK doing?
I called. He checked.
Max a call, 100,000, and a check from Nathan. Ace Jack 9 is your flop. And a bet of 200,000 from Max and a call from Nathan. Ace on the turn. Bet 400,000 and a fold from Nathan with the best hand. I mean, technically, all intents and purposes is a bluff, but don't have much to back it up. If you're Nathan, you just have king high.
I gotta do it to you, kid.
And not really a high pressure situation, so technically a bluff, but really just Max being aggressive, and it's got him back into first place on the chip lead. Nathan folds.
Jane, baby. Hall of Famer. I want to be a DPT.
Oh man, there's no coins at the table.
You're not wrong. I just can't get up to go anywhere else right now.
Once this is all over with, we'll probably be seeing an interview with both of these players. They both deserve to state their piece. Once this is all said and done, Max will call, Nate will check. Five, queen, 7, both players get a flop, piece of the flop. 200,000 is the bet and a call. Jack on the turn. Tons of outs for Nathan now. 400,000 is the bet. King of clubs would be devastating. And it's a 9 for Nathan. 2 pair. All in. Max with top pair. Now if Max calls, Nathan is the chip leader.
Thank you, sir.
Is he thinking about it? That would be to call. He's going to stare Nathan down. No shortage of personality coming from Max on this table. Could have an entire B-roll chop up of just Max's facial expressions. Trying to peek under the felt for some reason to see if he can find the answer for the fold right here. Kind of a flush draw out there. Well, flush draw, there's kind of a straight draw out there. He makes the call. Oh, man. Max hands it over. He is disgusted with himself. Now we've flip-flopped again. Another lead change. I'm just going to put the tally mark at 6. We have exchanged leads so many times on this final table between these two.
King Queen's been wrecking me, dude. No, last time I had King Queen on
These guys just refuse to call her a day. Nathan now, again, came in with nothing. 680,000. He was in last place. Coming into the final table, now sitting in first place again. 10-7 king. Check, check. Bet 200,000. 9 is the turn. Raised to 500,000. And a fold from Max. Goodness. Is the time spent on heads up wearing down on their mental capabilities? Max just 12 big blinds. We have 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes left at this blind level. Max will call. Queen 3 for Nathan. Check, check, 9 on the turn. Just the threat of a bet from Max will get Nathan to fold. Max 2.5 mil, Nathan 6 mil even. Crazy final table. Max has knocked out 3 players. Knocked out Dylan Hansen. Knocked out Eric Kimball. And then most recently knocked out Jared Strode. So Max doing the dirty work. Can Nathan, basically like when you're playing soccer and it's a open net, someone kicks it into the net, it's clearly going in, and another player comes and just taps the ball, stealing that goal away from the player. Can Nathan be that guy? All in. No, just a call. Check from Nathan. 9-10-2. Check. Bet. 200K call. Ace on the turn. Check. 500,000 in a fold. Wow. These guys are they're like not playing scared, but then they're playing scared. It's really a crazy line of this betting and checking, and oh man, blinds are going to go up after this hand. Nathan raises to 400,000. Max will fold, and we're going to take a quick 10-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we will see the conclusion of the DPT Spring Championship. We'll see you all very soon. All right, guys, we are back from break. A quick little fiver. And Dana said she is going to bring it on home for us. Going to give Randy a much-needed break. He's been dealing for 7, almost 8 straight hours.
Well, it was Max went all in. Nate folded. Sorry, I forgot to call the action. I forgot.
Oh, my gosh. We got a final table on our Sunday Fun Day Turbo, and it's Miles and his dad came here just to play. We got our vlogger Miles out here. Just what an incredible story. I think Miles' dad has only been playing poker for like a year. I think he said last night he's only been playing for a year, taught his dad how to play, and he shipped his first tournament ever out in Vegas. So that'll be one for the vlog down there for Miles.
Player 4 is all in. Action's on player 8.
Max will shove all in. $3 million to call for Nathan. We do have the all in and the call, ladies and gentlemen. This could be it. King 6 versus Ace 8. Jack Ace, Jack on the flop. 2% chance for Max to win. And it's going to be the check mark for Nathan. And ladies and gentlemen, you come back from break and you get the win. Nathan Retke taking down the DPT Spring Championship here at Haggie's Bar and Grill, taking home $6,300 and a great effort from Max. He'll also be taking home a great chunk of change to the tune of $4,400. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to have an interview from your winner and probably Max as well. Why not? So we'll be back very shortly. All right, we are back with our winners. We're going to call you both winners. That was an absolute battle. Nathan Ratke to my right and freaking Max Beckdahl.
Yes,
Goodness,
sir.
I've been saying it all night. How do I fumble on that? But wow, what a final table between these two. They've been battling for an hour and a half. Max, you knocked out 3 players to make it here. Describe that kind of feeling to be thinking, knocking out 3 players. You got this in the bag.
I felt like I was playing really great, and so was Nate all day. And I feel like I did a lot of the heavy lifting, but Nate persevered, or whatever that word is, and played great. He's one of my good friends, and I'm very happy for him. And hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you knocked Dylan out, hitting an ace on the flop. You called with 6s to knock out Eric Kimball. And then most recently knocking out Jared with those trip 3s. So if you can remember back to that hand, I could kind of sense you trapping him. Describe that hand for us.
Well, Jack 3, it never loses. Jack 3 never loses, baby. So you take it to the flop, take it to the streets, and you flop 3 of a kind, and he's an aggressive player, and just let him do the betting for you, I suppose, huh?
Yeah, I could kind of see your eyes light up when he comes out on the turn with, or even the river with a big bet, and you're like, yeah, you're donezo, bud.
Yeah, I was just waiting for it, hoping that he would bet. The nice thing was I didn't have to look at the flop because with the stream, Randy announces them, so it was nice hearing the 3 on the flop. I'm like, okay, and then the 3 on the river, I'm like, let's go, strapped up, ready to get it all in.
Nice. How did you kind of maintain your chip lead? You came in with over 800,000 in chips. You were the chip leader multiple times. How do you maintain a chip lead throughout a final table?
That's a lot of information.
Dumb
Live
it
reads,
down.
baby, live reads,
Yeah.
Shout
awesome.
out Doyle Brunson, Mike Carl,
There you go. Well, hey, thank you, Max.
Thank you guys.
Thanks
I had
for
a blast.
coming.
You guys do a great job. I appreciate it. And let's go. DPT, see you at the next one.
You could still stay here.
I'll
You're
stay-
fine.
I'll hear what Nate says.
Nathan Retke, you can hold that right there. The monkey's off your back. This is your first tournament win ever.
No, first DPT win.
First DPT win. Well, I looked at Hendon Mob, so someone maybe didn't update that.
Probably not.
But largest live cash based on Hendon Mob. Is that still true?
Yep.
Very beautiful. Describe, dude. You came into this table with 680,000. You were in last place. Then people start getting
260.
260. Sorry, I misread.
260.
People start getting knocked out. You're climbing the ladder. Describe that feeling.
Well, I think that just the first double up I got with the 10s felt really good. And then when I had Ace King, Ace 4. And then I had the Ace King versus Skylar's Ace Queens, and then Dylan's 5-8. That felt really good. The triple up there.
Dylan.
That really is what kind of paved the way for the growth in the final table.
Well, and don't forget you rivered Jared, the 7, for the chip lead at that point. I was going nuts up there, just like he was in last place, and now he's got the chip lead. Yeah, I got the double up with 10s against Max. So, where does this rank on your list of career poker achievements, or describe how you're feeling right now?
I feel pretty dang good. I was going to say, just how pure I ran the whole weekend was really great. And then misstepping right before the final table and losing like $500K to Jared before I even got moved. I was like, oh, I just made a big mistake. And knowing that I needed just somebody to lose to make the money, felt pretty good to just build it up and win the whole thing.
Big time. You guys, I think I counted around 6 or 7 lead changes just between you two alone. Was that mentally straining at all, or what? How did that feel?
It was a lot of fun to put on a freaking clinic at a final table.
I was trying to put on a clinic, but it's mentally straining. It was mentally straining for me.
Yeah.
And
It was
props
fun,
to you, dude. Way to hang in there and stick it out.
Yeah. So $6,300 tonight. What are you going to do with the poker winnings?
Save it up for the next one.
That is a classic response, true sign of a degenerate gambler and poker player. So, well, congratulations to you both. That's going to do it for us here at Haggie's Bar and Grill for the DPT Spring Championship. Your winner, Nathan. Second place, Max. Thank you all for coming out. My name's Brian. We'll see you all next time.
Thank you.